Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
The history of the Philadelphia Phillies franchise runs deep, with names like the great Richie Ashburn, to Hall of Fame third baseman Michael Jack Schmidt, to moments that fans will never forget, the champions of baseball in 1980. And most recently, they did it again in 2008. Trying to return the franchise to glory is manager Ryan Sandberg. The Cardinals, the Phillies, they square off next on Fox Sports Midwest. This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. And tonight from the city of brotherly love, it's game number 2 of a weekend series. The Philadelphia Phillies playing host to the St. Louis Cardinals. And with the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. The Cardinals twice in game 1 had 3-run leads. They coughed them up. Adam Wainwright took the loss. And tonight, St. Louis trying to bounce back.
Yeah, you just got to put that game aside. You got to come out here and play spirited baseball. One thing the Cardinals could do is they could pitch better, they could play better defense, and just keep this run supply going. 9 straight games, they scored 4 runs or more.
Another factor as well is that you have to keep Ryan Howard at bay. This guy has tore up the St. Louis Cardinals in his career. Last time we saw him in St. Louis against Shelby Miller, he took him deep. Last night, 2 RBIs. For Miller, our BJC healthcare difference maker, he's had pretty good numbers against the NL East.
Well, you can see that ERA is the lowest against the East. He's 1-1 lifetime against the Phillies.
So Shelby Miller getting the start tonight for St. Louis. And as Al talked about, the offense has been pretty good as of late.
It really has been. That really does help out the pitching staff. You can't make any mistakes if you're really playing 1-run games. But what I found was really hard to believe is the Cardinals have not won a series here in Philadelphia since 2006.
That is hard to believe. So Shelby Miller gets the call tonight. We flash back. This man is in the lineup. His first ever home run in the big leagues. Matt Adams against the Phillies in 2012. In game 1, his first home run since July 19th. The Cards and Adams playing in game 2 next on Fox Sports Midwest. Is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser, here's to baseball. Come in and visit Mid-American Chevy dealers and make your move to Chevrolet today. And by Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. It's been raining all day, but the skies are starting to clear up just in time for baseball. The Cardinals beginning play tonight. A game and a half back in Milwaukee in the National League Central Division at 69-58. 2 games below the 500 mark on the road. The Phillies 57-71, 16 and a half games out in the National League East. Last 9 games, a .361 batting mark for leadoff man Matt Carpenter, followed by Colton Wong, then Matt Holliday. Matt Adams homered here last night for the first time in Pennsylvania. Then Johnny Peralta, A.J. Pierzynski, Oscar Taveras, John Jay riding a 12-game hitting streak, and Shelby Miller. David Buchanan making his 14th start of the year for the Phils.
And that's 6-7 and 4.25 ERA. That's his career numbers. He is 1-0 against the Cardinals in a matchup in St. Louis against Shelby Miller. Buchanan won 4-1.
First pitch taken for his strike, and we're underway. The Cardinals in the first inning last night put up 3 runs. And they have the best run differential in baseball at +22 in first innings this year.
And that's nice to see the Cardinals jump out. And usually in the first and second inning they lead by quite a bit. But the problem is the opposition leads in the last 3 innings. And that's not a good trend.
Here's the 0-2. Say that David Buchanan, very much like last night's starter when he began his major league career, works at a nice pace and pounds the strike zone with a sinker.
Sure, he impressed them with 5 straight quality starts.
It was Kyle Kendrick last night. That pitch taken high, and it's 2-2. Buchanan was originally drafted by the Mets in 2009, did not sign, attended Georgia State University, and now in the rotation for the Phils. Off-speed pitch, Carpenter out in front, pops it up. The St. Louisan, Cody Ashe, puts it away for out number 1. The Phillies defense behind Buchanan. Dominic Brown is in left, Ben Revere with great speed in center. Marlon Byrd made a catch on Holiday up against the wall. He's in right for game 2. Ashe, you just saw him at third. Jimmy Rollins, former MVP at short. Chase Utley at second. Ryan Howard, also a St. Louisan at first. And Carlos Ruiz is behind the plate. That's brought to you by Dobbs. And here's a look at Colton Wong, who had 2 singles to center field last night. Leads the club in stolen bases with 17.
Part of the story with the Phillies is the fact that tonight in the starting lineup we have Rollins, Utley, and Howard for the 900th time. But the consistency there, it is an aging ball club that they're staying with the same core players for maybe too long.
Two balls and 1 strike. As it starts to rain here in Philadelphia. 2-2. Big gap in right center. Out in the bullpens, they start to cover the mounds as the rain is picked up. Some of the fans starting to head for cover. Wong with a base hit into right center field. It's a changeup again. It was up, and Wong was able to stay back just enough and pick up a 1-out base hit.
Hit the dry side of the ball, right? See what Danny's talking about, the high changeup, and you're staying above the belt. That usually is going to be hit pretty hard. And Colton Wong, like you said, struggled on the recent homestand, but a good start now with 3 hits, 2 yesterday and 1 here.
See if the Cardinals want to be aggressive. First inning last night, Matt Holliday with a double, his 30th of the year. And Matt now with 5 straight seasons wearing that Cardinal uniform of 5 consecutive years with 30 or more doubles. The all-time leader, no surprise, Stan the Man at 13 straight years of 30 or more doubles. Off-speed pitch again, the changeup. Pops it foul out of play, and it's 0-2.
Matt hitting .262 and a low average for him. And he does pick up the pace with runners on base, but he's at his best this year. .333 average with runners in scoring position. Now the reason why maybe you'd like to see Wong get himself a steal and put himself out there.
Our understanding is it's blazing hot back home in St. Louis and throughout the Midwest. But with the rain that we've had here, temperatures very cool up here in the east in Philly.
And the rain is lightened up. I don't think it's ever rained hard enough to really stop a game all day long.
No.
It's just kind of a nuisance.
0-2 chopped up the middle and past Rollins, who hesitated just a bit, gets by him, and Colton Wong winds up at third. Did I see that and describe that correctly?
I believe so.
Looked to me like Jimmy Rollins could have reached for it and potentially gotten a double play. Slight hesitation.
Yeah, high hanging curveball, and lucky that it's just the single. The Cardinals have made a lot of errors lately. Last 5 games they've made 8 errors, and now they have fallen to the 3rd and the fewest errors in the National League. It's Cincinnati, and Philadelphia is 2nd.
And now it's Adams, a chance to do some damage. So the home run last night, number 13, homered for the first time in his home state of Pennsylvania. Played a number of games in Pittsburgh, but had never homered at PNC Park. On a hop to second base, Utley to Rollins, and out at first. Utley struggled to get it out of the glove, and then he did to Rollins, and a strike to first. 4-6-3 on the double play. Bottom of the first in Philly. Revere, Rollins, and Utley, followed by Ryan Howard, then Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, Carlos Ruiz, Cody Ashe, and the pitcher David Buchanan, and they'll face right-hander Shelby Miller. So Shelby gets the call tonight for the Cardinals. He's had back-to-back starts in which he's been roughed up. This is his 6th consecutive start with A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. And those numbers presented by Kia.
Shelby trying to even his record at 9-9. He's also trying to win his 25th career game. Mentioned that he is 1-1 in his 2 previous starts versus Philadelphia. ERA under 3. And both of those were at Busch Stadium, and both resulted in a 4-1 final. And one thing he has to do in this little bandbox is he can't walk anybody and he can't give up any home runs. And he leads the Cardinal pitching staff in both categories.
It's interesting. This ballpark opened up in 2004, and that initial season in 04, 218 home runs were hit. 201 in 2005. More than half of those were hit to left field. They actually moved the wall back by 5 feet, and it's made a little difference, but still considered one of the best hitters ballparks in all of baseball.
And Ryan Howard, the left-handed hitter, is really taking advantage of that left field porch, as he's hit a lot of home runs to the opposite field.
Pitch taken inside by Ben Revere. 1 ball and 1 strike. 76 hits for the Phillies leadoff man since late June. Tops in all of baseball. And we have 2 of the top hitters in average in the National League in this game. Revere here and Matt Adams. Hit 2 short. Johnny Peralta. 1 away. Just saw Peralta at short. Colton Wong is at second. The corners of the infield, it's Matt Carpenter and Matt Adams at third and first respectively. A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. Outfield, in left it's Matt Holliday. Jay is in center. Taveras in right. Around the horn is presented by Dobbs. Switch hitting, Jimmy Rollins hitting .237. 15 home runs. He's driven in 50 this year. First pitch is strike.
About 26 more ground balls.
That'd be nice.
That would be very nice.
And usually if Shelby Miller is right, early strikes down in the zone, and more times than not too, fastball after fastball with that good sinking action.
It was about 75% fastballs, but he can change it and make it a couple different pitches by.
There's a ground ball and a swinging bunt. No chance for Carpenter. And a 1-out infield hit for Rollins.
Much like Rivera's first at bat last night. Just a swinging little bunt that stays fair. No chance to go foul, so it's an infield single. Now get 26 more ground balls. Outs. Clarify.
Chase Utley has had good numbers against Miller. 4 for 6. Best numbers in this lineup. On the season, hitting .282. Got off to a red-hot start in 2014. 11 home runs. He's driven in 68. That pitch misses low and away.
Chase has just been an outstanding player over extended period of time, leading National League second basemen in so many offensive categories.
Shelby Miller beat the Phillies last year 4-1. Lost earlier this season to the Phils by that same score. Time called, and Miller does what he should do, which is complete the pitch.
The reason we say that, but when you're that far into your windup, if you try to stop, you've got a chance you can hurt yourself.
Also, it's a slick mound. You run the risk of slipping,
and
injuring,
pulling a muscle.
One ball and 1 strike. Sparse crowd here at Citizens Bank Park, which is part of the South Philly Sports Complex. We're in the northeast corner of that sports complex. That includes Lincoln Financial Field for the Eagles, Wells Fargo Center for the Flyers, and Xfinity Live. Hit in the air down the left field line and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good start for Shelby, staying ahead of the count. That always helps out.
A fan that receives a souvenir thanks to Matt Holliday. It's back in the late 1990s that Pittsburgh wanted new facilities for hockey and baseball and football. They got some public funding for that. Teams in Philly followed suit. Runner goes, and it's hit out of play. Jimmy Rollins is now 35, but still not the base stealer he once was, but a threat to steal, no doubt.
Just 5 steals and 6 attempts for Jimmy Rollins, but you're right, over the years he's been outstanding.
Slightly bigger lead this time for Rollins. The 1-2 pitch by Miller. We'll see that more and more, Al. As you know, teams really took advantage last year of Shelby Miller and that stolen base department, and earlier this season. And with no Yadier Molina and A.J. Brzezinski behind the plate, we're going to see more and more teams try to be aggressive against this combination.
Well, no doubt. And Shelby has worked hard on trying to vary his moves, throwing over, doing step-offs, doing different things to stop the running game. When you got a good base stealer like Rollins up there, it makes it tough.
Rain is picked up again. Two and two the count. Ryan Howard is on deck. The next 2, Utley. Hit in the air to shallow left, battling the raindrops. The sky at this time of night is Holiday, and he puts it away. 2 down, and it brings in the cleanup man, Ryan Howard.
I misspoke on Rollins' stolen base numbers. He is 24 of 30, and this marks the 13th time in Jimmy Rollins' career where he's stolen at least 20 bases.
There's 2 more RBIs last night for Ryan Howard against St. Louis. The numbers jump off the page. A .366 career hitter against St. Louis with 18 home runs. He's averaging a home run every 11 at-bats. First pitch to the St. Louisan, instead another check, and with those type of numbers, and now it's a big sample size, well over 200 at-bats. Vladimir Guerrero hit over .360 with that home run rate against the Phillies. Ellis Burks against St. Louis, Mickey Mantle against Washington, the Senators, and then Ryan Howard. Pretty amazing what he's done against his hometown team.
We've talked about the down season for Ryan Howard, but if he were playing for the Cardinals right now, with his home run and RBIs, he would lead the team in both categories.
He'd also lead the team in being the highest paid player, and that's part of the equation too.
2 more years at $25 million per. They have the 3rd highest payroll in all of baseball, the Phillies.
2-0. Former 5th-round pick out of Missouri State, and he made Jim Thome expendable. Jim Thome had a fabulous short time here in Philadelphia. As a matter of fact, it was this date, 2004, Jim Thome hit home runs 35 and 36 against the Cardinals, became the franchise's all-time leader in home runs by a first baseman. And a stolen base for Jimmy Rollins.
Brzezinski is now 0 for 7 in trying to throw out base stealers, but he got a very good jump good acceleration. Didn't have much of a chance, but Rollins, his 25th steal of the year. And with 2 outs, if you get the hitter, he can't score. So
3-0. Big hack by Howard. Runner at second base. Jimmy Rollins. And with that stolen base by Rollins, Wong now moves even further out into shallow right with the shift. Peralta near the bag at second. We've seen some of the players asking about the count. And now the count runs to 3-2. Outside and a walk to Howard. Runners at first and second for Marlon Byrd.
Shelby Miller walked 6 in his last outing, but I think with first base open and Ryan Howard up there, I don't have any problem with that walk once he fell behind the count.
Prior to his injury in 2011, it's almost guaranteed that he would have been walked. This time it's a little different. You know, teams are pitching him and going after him, but if they fall behind, many times he'll draw that walk.
And Marlon Byrd is providing protection behind Howard with his 23 home runs. Lead the team.
Leads the team in strikeouts as well. And Shelby would love that. Ground ball. And Carpenter goes to Wong for a force play. The Phillies strand 2. We move to the second, and there's no score. And enjoying Cardinals baseball wherever you may be. Top of the second rolls in. And the Cardinals will have Peralta, Pierzynski, and Taveras. We welcome into the conversation our very own Jim Hayes. And Jim, last night we saw Adam Wainwright for the first time this year issue more walks than strikeouts. He had 3 walks to 2 strikeouts. First time in 26 starts. What's he saying about the start last night?
Well, you guys touched on it in the open. Adam Wainwright really hasn't been Adam Wainwright since the All-Star break. He seems to be searching for consistency. Last night couldn't hold the early lead, wound up giving up 5 runs, 4 earned over 6. His first half ERA was 1.83. Since the break, 4.70. And Adam was frustrated after the game. He told me, quote, "I've been in a funk. I've been grinding."
Hold on, Jim.
Grinding.
This one is way out of here. Launched Johnny Peralta, his 18th home run. That's grinding one out there, Jimmy.
How about Johnny? Well, Adam is kind of the opposite spectrum, Danny. He was talking about how he just feels like he's been grinding and grinding and grinding, and you could see the frustration. He said he just hasn't been able to throw the pitch the way he wants to throw a certain pitch. And he did say after the game that he felt like beyond the third inning last night, he kind of felt like he figured it out, like he knew what the adjustment he needed to make was. But he also realized that he said that before recently. So Adam told us, hey, nothing against you guys. I'm going to stop talking about it for a while and just go out and do it. And Danny, he's been pretty good at making those adjustments over the years.
By the way, 18th home run, RBI number 59 for Peralta. A.J. Pierzynski at the plate, 1 ball and 1 strike. And this is popped up into shallow left. Coming on to make the catch, Dominic Brown. Jim, with Wainwright, did he address anything physically? Did anybody ask, how's the arm, how's the shoulder, how's the body at this point in the season?
Well, I should wait until Oscar gets to the plate so he can hit a home run, because apparently my voice brings that about. No, Waino said that health-wise he's okay, but he didn't want to get into if it was a mechanical thing or anything. He doesn't like to give away anything. He keeps it pretty close to the vest. He did say health-wise he's okay. He's got to make some adjustments. Pretty much is all you're going to get from Waino. And he said he doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to go out and do it.
Tavares, 2 balls and no strikes. Jim, I have to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for that cheesesteak you brought up from the clubhouse. It was absolutely tremendous. Your work has been, I think, the finest ever today. And Al would like to say thank you, too.
And I would like to say thank you for bringing me one, but I declined, and we gave it to Brian Bartow because he was hungry.
Well,
you're just a picture of health, too, Al. That's the other thing. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I wanted to bring those to you so you guys didn't kill me on the air for being cheap. But we got it from the Visitors Clubhouse, which is renowned all around baseball for having as good a cheesesteak as you can find in Philadelphia. And really, some teams come in, Dan, and gorge, as we found out. We did a feature on the pregame show. Like the Atlanta Braves come in and eat more cheesesteaks than any other team. The single-day record for an individual eating cheesesteaks, 8 1/4 by Adam Ricks, who's the bullpen catcher for the White Sox. And one player, we're told, ate 17 of these cheesesteaks over a 3-game series. Now, for the Cardinals, honestly, there's some guys that look like they have healthy appetites. I'm not saying, but there's a lot of guys that'll eat the cheesesteaks without the bread, and they're going to have maybe 1 or 2. But some teams come here and they put a hurting on the Visitors Clubhouse kitchen because they just down cheesesteak after cheesesteak.
I would never say that you're cheap, Jim. I just would have appreciated maybe a Coca-Cola with it. Is that too much to ask?
Really? You're complaining? Really? All right, I'll bring up a beverage in a little while. Get you a Coca-Cola with some ice, Danny.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Now it's John Jay.
I think I told you about the story about Ace, who used to be the old clubhouse attendant here for the visiting team, and how his spread was kind of historic. He had the same spread for about 20 years in a row, and Scipio Spinks one day told him or showed him what he thought of that spread.
There's a base hit into right. Tavares on his way to third. Runners at first and third, and a chance for Shelby Miller.
You can see right there that, you know, Oscar Tavares is really working hard to show Mike Matheny that he can run those bases and he can go from first to third, but he really had a real wide turn going around second. So John Jay had his 12-game hitting streak stopped last night, but he starts hitting once again. During that 12-game hitting streak, John Jay hit .514.
The Cardinals have talked to Tavares about this, though, but he also was rounding second. He did this in Miami too, and it's not to nitpick on him. He's learning different nuances of the game, but if the play's in front, meaning if the ball is in left field, he can see it. When it's in right, it's behind him. Pick up your coach. And also at that point in time, instinctually, to have made that decision where he gets to second to where he's not looking back and slowing himself up.
Well, and also to make better cuts at the second base bag and not go so wide. And it looked like, again, like in Miami, that he took such a wide turn, kind of altered his step where they actually thought he had hurt himself.
Just part of the learning process.
Absolutely.
A chance here for Shelby Miller. Runners at the corners. 1-0 St. Louis. Miller hits it to short. And the Phillies again turn a double play and end a threat. This one 6-4-3. Originated in Philadelphia, we're told. The Philadelphia cheesesteak. Fountain and frozen drink, only 50 cents all day tomorrow at On the Run. Johnny Peralta, another home run. The Cardinals shortstop now up to 18 this year, 59 RBIs, and what has turned out to be an outstanding signing by the Cardinals.
No doubt about it. And he defensively has been a real plus. So you like everything about Johnny Peralta's signing.
Shelby Miller finishing up his warm-up tosses. Let's turn to Al's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, Shelby needs to avoid the walks and really the long ball. You just don't do that. You can't give away free passes in this ballpark because we saw the home run ball can be there. Cardinals need to score first and add on. They've had the ability, like last night. They scored 3 runs in the first inning. The third inning, Adams hit a home run, but after that, they were shut out and lost that ball game. So let's just have a laugh at it. Cardinals have been doing a good job. 9 straight games they've gotten 4 runs or more.
Who knows what will happen at the end of the 4 years, the contract for Johnny Peralta. You can say this, though. Year 1, in my mind, a resounding yes. And it's been good. Compared to what the Cardinals had production-wise offensively the last 2 years, there is no comparison. Now, the big question mark was whether or not he could play defense, and his defense to me has been just fine.
No, absolutely, totally agree. And think about this. You know, he was a free agent, only cost money, and you're really good at spending the owner's money, once again. But you know, you didn't have to give up some of your prized prospects.
Hold on. You're the one that wants to add Dominic Brown and everybody else from over here, and I
don't want to add Dominic Brown.
Marlon Byrd.
Marlon Byrd.
He's got $8 million left and an option.
So what?
So you just spend the money. That's what you wanted to do.
But what I'm saying though is the signing of Johnny Peralta. It only cost money. You didn't have to. It didn't cost you prize prospects, or think about if you would have added Stephen Drew as a free agent, then you would have had another left-handed bat.
And a liner that's caught in center field off the bat of one of Al's favorite Phillies of all time, Dominic Brown.
Really? And see, we got more money to spend.
Well, I think what this shows you is the Cardinals have been pretty consistent in payroll, clearly, and yet they are finding ways to win. The Phillies invested in big-name free agents, their own potential free agents, and as they have gotten older, the production has gone south. The contracts have gone north.
There's no doubt the Cardinals have been one of the more fiscally sound organizations for a long time.
And I say that you're not sure at the end of 4 years with Peralta what happens as you get a look at Carlos Ruiz. You have Aledmys Diaz, who is the Cuban defector that has really had an injury-plagued season. I think it's kind of a lost season in many ways with him. But from what the Cardinals saw initially in spring training, I was talking to one of the players about it yesterday. They thought he looked very good. And a grounder that stays fair. Long throw for Carpenter, and the tag applied by Adams. Nicely done. Had to come off the bag, apply the tag, and there's 2 down.
Tough play because it looked like Carpenter really not realizing it was Ruiz running the catcher, but realized he had to get rid of it quickly, and he's deep. So you see just one motion, he fires it. It's a little bit up the line, and Adams does the right thing. Matt Adams has really become a real plus defender over at first base.
There's Cody Ashe from Fort Zumwalt West High School in St. Louis. His brother is Tyler. He was telling me has played college baseball, Lincoln University. Mom and dad watching. Dad Todd, mom Julie. And he was a part of a very good group of kids that came out of St. Louis. Ashe, Tim Melville, Jacob Turner, Jake Odorizzi, who we saw earlier this year. Turner is now pitching for the Chicago Cubs in their organization. I said, give me somebody of the Phillies that's been a big influence for you. And he said, it won't be a surprise when I say the name Mike Schmidt. He said, Mike Schmidt comes down to Clearwater as a guest instructor and has really, in a brief time, helped him defensively. And they're trying to figure out if Cody Ashe could be an everyday third baseman at this level.
Mike Schmidt is working this game tonight for Phillies television. He usually does a little Sunday afternoon package. Second walk allowed, but it comes after 2 outs and nobody on base, so don't want to get in the habit of walking a man per inning. There you see Michael Jack Schmidt, 548 career home runs in the middle.
Tom McCarthy on the right, Jamie Moyer on the left. There's David Buchanan, who is 1 for 21.
And you mentioned he's from Georgia State University, not noted for baseball, and so it was not surprising to me that he's the only player to ever make it to the major leagues from Georgia State.
But another kid that was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, making it to the big leagues.
Georgia State's downtown university in Atlanta. And I was just thinking about the success of all the Georgia kids, with the Atlanta Braves and their long streak. And I think it's the same thing with the kids you're talking about from St. Louis that all of a sudden have caught on to the game of baseball.
Here's a 1-1. In the air. Foul territory. And the catch made on the run by Oscar Taveras. Phillies strand a runner. They've left 3 on through 2. St. Louis on top, 1-0. Fourth annual star-studded telecast, September 5th on Fox Sports 2. Locally in St. Louis, cancer survivors and supporters will watch the telecast at Fox Sports Midwest Live at Ballpark Village. You can sign up at American Cancer Society of Eastern Missouri Facebook page. Matt Carpenter will lead things off for St. Louis. And Carpenter popped out to start the game. As I've said many times, Al, go ahead and give me that money to spend. And we would be 30 games out of first and a good $2 to $3 million on every position over budget. And we'd be in financial straits. And we'd have a lot of issues.
And all you want is a 5-year contract.
That's it. That's all. That's it. Although I'd take a hard look at the announcing crew and figure out how do we take care of those guys.
Well, thank you.
The guys in the truck, vastly
overpaid.
Underpaid.
Oh, underpaid.
Underpaid.
Huh? Underpaid. How many times have we just talked about how lucky we are? We're always talking about a championship caliber team.
There's Carpenter and a base hit. Matt Carpenter, a good example of what the Cardinals have been able to do. Develop talent that can compete at this level. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer for 75 years. The great Michael Jack Schmidt. 548 career home runs. 508 as a third baseman. Most all time. I'm sure you had many duels with Mr. Schmidt. That's popped foul, and here's Colton Long, who singled his first time up.
Yeah, back in the days that the Cardinals and the Phillies were both in the National League East. So there was just an East and a West, and the Phillies had some of those great teams. And I still maintain if Steve Carlton and Jerry Royce would not have been traded, the 70s might have been a very successful era like the 80s and the 2000s for St. Louis. I'm talking about almost 500 wins between those two guys that were traded away earlier in their careers. And Steve Carlton got traded over $5,000 difference. And it got to such a point where Gussie Busch said, get rid of him. I don't care what you get.
In the dirt, Ruiz can't find it, but Carpenter stays put at first.
People would be shocked to know that Steve was asking for the ungodly sum of $75,000 a year, and the Cardinals only wanted to pay him $70,000. And it got such a cantankerous situation that Gussie Busch had to step in and said, get rid of him. Over $5,000.
That hurts. Here's a 1-2. Slowly hit to the left side. Ashe has to hurry up and gets the speedy Cold Long.
See if the Cardinals can't avoid hitting into a double play this inning.
Here's Mike Schmidt. All-time ranks, home runs. He was just passed by Jimmy Rollins in that hit department. Phillies history. First in ribbies and runs scored. Number one on that list. There he is in hits. Jimmy Rollins.
And Cardinal fans would probably be shocked to know that just about every year of Schmidt's career, and he was booed.
I think it's shocking in one sense that you say, because of the great numbers he put up, why would the fans boo him? However, this is Philadelphia.
They booed Santa Claus, so
they booed Santa. They're going to boo Mike Schmidt. Here's the 0-1. Holiday is hitting .333 with runners in scoring position this year. That's in the top 5 of the National League. You may recall he made his Cardinal debut at this ballpark in 2009. Brett Wallace, Shane Peterson, Clayton Mortensen going to the Oakland A's for Matt Holliday. We then signed in the offseason long-term extension. And he was involved, Holliday was, in some major deals in that calendar year. Holliday for Carlos Gonzalez, Houston Street, and a lefty at the time that they thought would be a rotation-type pitcher, Greg Smith. From Oakland to Colorado, Holliday going to the A's. And Billy Beane thought, well, I can get Matt Holliday for half a year. He'll be a terrific hitter, which he is. And then get something back for him even greater than he gave up to get him.
Didn't turn out that way, did it?
So he loses Holliday and he loses Carlos Gonzalez
and Houston Street.
So not all the trades have worked out for the Oakland A's.
Well, I think every general manager would tell you, if you make enough trades, there are going to be a certain percentage are going to be good and another percentage are going to be bad, but try to minimize the bad ones. And really, when you think about it, there haven't been too many trades that have really gone against the Cardinals. The majority of them all been favorable. We always go back to the best trades are the ones that benefit both clubs.
(3-2). Holliday hits it sharply to second base. Playing up the middle was Utley. Advancing Carpenter from second to third. Holliday is 1 for 2, and it brings in Adams, who grounded into a 4-6-3 double play. First time up.
Cardinals have hit some balls hard that resulted in ground balls and double plays. Adams has his parents in the stands this weekend.
Ruiz keeps it in front again. Cardinals in this spot with runners in scoring position. They're not at that .330 mark that they were a year ago. They were great with 2 outs. But an amazing number has been what they've done with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. And the majority of the runs that they picked up in the second half of the season have been with 2 outs.
And they're second best in all of baseball, tops in the National League with 205 runs being scored with 2-out RBIs.
Here's a 1-0.
Only Oakland has more. And the Cardinals have 3 in the top 15 individual 2-out RBI leaders: Wong, Carpenter, and Peralta.
Chop to the right side. This would be Jimmy Rollins cutting in front of Utley to make the play. A 2-0 they had shifted with Adams. Carpenter left stranded. The Cardinals have stranded 3. Using the hashtag STLFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Top of the lineup, Ben Revere, Jimmy Rollins, and Chase Utley. Now you cannot get away from the cheesesteaks. They just had cheesesteaks up on the big board here at the ballpark, Citizens Bank Park. I said the originator of the cheesesteak in Philly, Pat and Harry Olivieri, and that's Pat's famous cheesesteaks.
And a couple of famous places down where we used to stay around the Society Hill, and a couple places down there that had the players naming what they put on their cheese steaks, and it was one step above Skyline Chili as far as I was concerned.
One of your personal favorites. Here's the 0-1 to Ben Revere, who's grounded out to short. Hits it in the air. Left field, Holiday. One away. Revere is 0 for 2. Catch all the second half action on MLB.TV Premium, #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Cardinals.com for details. Along with the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin with you, Jim Hayes as well.
The third and fourth innings have been problems for Miller.
Popped up. Brzezinski throws the mask. 2 down.
Shelby's done a nice job of retiring the first man in all 3 innings. He's got 2 of them here, but his ERA in the third inning is 4.94. It jumps up to 7.43 in the fourth inning. So when I see pop-ups like these, I say the ball's moving.
9 runs, 8 walks in his last 11 innings coming into this start. And tonight, so far, so good for Shelby Miller. 2 outs, nobody on. Utley is flied out to left, 0 for 1.
And there's no doubt Shelby has talent. 15-game winner last year. His rookie season was 3rd in the National League, or the NL balloting for rookies. And he's trying to win his 25th game of his young career. He's seen maturity over the last couple of years. Took a step back, but there's no reason why he can't really turn this into a big season from this point forward.
Gets the high strike call. I thought the strike zone last night was really tight on both sides.
Absolutely.
Crew chief Jeff Kellogg down at third. He was behind the plate last night.
Well, like you said, in talking about Adam Wainwright, the first time all season that he had more walks than strikeouts. Now, he didn't have his best stuff. That was, you can't sugarcoat that, but to see him walk people, and that was a bit unusual.
Good pitch in on the hands of Utley. May remember when Chase Utley got to the big leagues that knocked out Placido Polanco in the prime of his career. Polanco was part of the Scott Rowland deal with St. Louis, another trade that worked out for the Cardinals. Here's a 2-2. In the air again. Left field. Shallow. Holiday over near the line and makes the catch. A 1-2-3 for Shelby Miller. We head to the 4th. Birds on top. Peralta, A.J. Brzezinski, and Oscar Taveras for St. Louis. Back in the 2nd inning, Peralta unloading on this home run.
There was no doubt about that one. Went about midway over the 374 mark. That was his 18th home run. Remember, his 17th set the new franchise record for shortstops, home runs by a shortstop. And he's adding on. He's got 345 over his last 15 games. And in those 15, he had 7 multi-hit games.
One ball and one strike on Johnny Peralta. 1-2. That young man is the giving sort. We'll show you why in just a moment.
What's wrong with the city of brotherly love? A lot of love going around here.
He's wearing that Cardinal hat, though. Foul territory. Put away by Howard. He already had a souvenir. Holiday made the catch on the final out.
That was the ball that Holiday flipped into the stands. He's already got one, so look what this young man does. And he makes a new friend. How about that?
How nice is that?
Philly fan giving it to a Cardinal fan, and a Cardinal fan giving it to a young Philly fan.
And then he wound up and threw it right in the face of the guy. No, he didn't. Here's the 0-1. Brzezinski. 0-2. AJ flied out to left. One thing about Brzezinski, watching him day in and day out, there hasn't been a game yet. He's not barking about something.
Well, he's intense. You know, you can tell it's just his competitive nature.
A breaking ball lifted in the air out to left center field. Over to get it, Ben Revere. 2 down. I was talking with Mike Matheny the other day about Brzezinski, and he said this is not a shot or to take anything away from Tony Cruz, who's still considered a young player. But Brzezinski, at the age of 37, he's been a part of a World Series team. He said the one thing that comes to mind with him, with a lack of Molina in there every day, is AJ's leadership.
And you can see people kind of look towards him and gravitate looking for that leadership, and it's very important. Also hit about 280 as a Cardinal.
Two outs, and here's the 0-1. Taveras with a base hit into center. On base for the second time, a walk and a single.
Got a 5-game hitting streak going for Oscar. Now 6 for 16. Remember earlier he had a 7-game hitting streak, but a lot of his hits were seen him taking up the middle.
We noticed last night and again tonight, off-speed pitches more so to Taveras than, let's just say, even a week ago. Here's John Jay. Single to right field. Hit into some tough luck last night. Just 2 rockets off his bat. One to center and the other to Ryan Howard. 1 for 1 tonight. Average at .313. There's John Jay, who sat in Game 5 of the Division Series of 2011. He was struggling just a bit. Tony La Russa played a hunch. That hunch was to play Skip Schumacher in center field against Roy Halladay. Schumacher, in that famous game, had not played in center field for 8 weeks. And he winds up having one of the great at-bats in postseason play for the Cardinals run.
With the double into the right field corner. And it was an RBI, the only RBI of that ball game, as Carpenter took care of the pitching end of it with a shutout.
Nick Punto started at second base. Jay sat. Schumacher in center. Later revealed to me he had been dealing with a side issue, but still said, hey, this is it. I've got to play. And Schumacher, you may remember, fell behind 0-2, fouled off 5 2-strike pitches. The 10th pitch of that at bat, he lines it down the right field line. Rafael Furcal would score. Schumacher had delivered the hit and the RBI, and Chris Carpenter did the rest. A 3-hit shutout.
And what a great baseball game.
Oh.
You know, I mean, if you don't like that, you know, with every pitch, the outcome of a game is on every pitch. That was just classic baseball, and then also, you know, think about the last out of that ball game, the contrast.
Off-speed pitch hit to second. Chase Utley is there, and when we come back, we'll take a look at a play that has changed the fortunes of both these franchises. That's next. Birds on top. Five of the division series. In sync we go with the final out, and this ground out changes the fortunes of both the Phillies and the Cardinals. Ryan Howard goes down, torn Achilles. The Cardinals, and the famous reaction right there from Chris Carpenter. Goosebumps. 3-hit shutout. Howard lifted off the field. Cardinals went on to Milwaukee, won in 6 games, and then the famous 7-game series and win as the Shredder was getting after Chris Carpenter. Cardinals would win it over Texas. And since that time, the declining numbers for Ryan Howard. Had been a .275 hitter, missed a season, .234 since then. The at-bat home run ratio has gone way up, nearly doubled, and you see what's happened. The at-bat per RBI ratio as well.
So a lot of guys would love to have 18 home runs and 79 home runs or 79 RBIs like Howard has right now, but the average is down to 222.
You watch him even when he fields the baseball, just a simple play of just stretching. And that is tough on Ryan Howard. And you can imagine the base and how important it is for a hitter. And when you talk to those that follow him day in and day out in the scouts, he's a little bit more mechanical than he once was. And he's not able to get the base nearly as pronounced as it once was in trying to drive the baseball. Doesn't run nearly as well. Never was a great runner, obviously. However, dealing with a torn Achilles, he's very, very cautious when he runs.
And it's hard to believe how he's struggled hitting home runs off of right-handed pitchers.
Now, the last home run he's had against a right-handed pitcher was Shelby Miller in the series in St. Louis. So we're talking 2+ months in which he has not hit a home run against a right-handed pitcher. I find that staggering.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fathom. You know, he has 18 on the year. And he's a guy that can hit the ball out of left field here with ease. part of his success is his ability to take that outside pitch and hit a home run to left field.
Here's a 1-2. Just missed. You and I were talking about the pitch that Carpenter made to Howard, and it was quite hittable. It was a hanging breaking ball from Chris Carpenter, pounded into the ground.
Good pitch there, in on the hands. It just seemed like, sometimes there's fate and there's destiny, but the pitch, that the way it looked, was a hanging breaking ball that you'd hate to see him, what his percentage would be, how high it would be that he'd hit that ball out or get a base hit. Because it was very hittable and couldn't do anything with it.
Teams have really been pounding him inside.
All big power hitters, especially as we said, he likes to get his arms extended. He likes to hit the ball the opposite field. So you pitch him inside. Got it in there on him a little bit. And you got to be careful about with the 3-2 pitch, though, is you have to throw a strike and you don't want to leave it middle half in.
It's a man that has had 3 different seasons of 140 RBIs or more. One year he had 58 home runs.
In 2006, he led the league in home runs and RBIs, 58 and 149. 2007, he had 47 home runs, 136 RBIs. 2008, 48 home runs and 146 RBIs to lead the league in both categories.
It's another 3-2. Tapped foul. Let's see Przinsky a couple of times in this at bat, nodding in approval with what he's seen from Shelby Miller.
Catchers almost have to be a little bit of a psychologist, psychiatrist, a priest, a mother, a dad, whatever it is, to try, and you have to figure out which pitcher you have to be that element to.
Got him. Again, pointing back at Miller. First strikeout for Shelby.
.95 miles an hour after pitching him in. You see the riding fastball away. Confirmation from your catcher. That does amazing things to a pitcher. You just get your confidence, and anytime he puts something down, I can execute that pitch and location.
Now Marlon Byrd hit into a fielder's choice to end the first. Player that we were talking about from your era before, Mike Schmidt, also wearing a uniform now and coaching, the bench coach Larry Boa. Longtime player here in Philly, then manager. Spent 12 years with the Phillies as a player. Then he was 4 years with the Cubs, 14 games with the Mets. Often overlooked is what an outstanding player he was, especially defensively. There's a broken bat lifted into left field and a base hit. Labor Day, Monday, September 1st. Kids can track their growth alongside Cardinals infielder Matt Carpenter. All kids entering with a ticket receive a growth poster courtesy of Missouri Farmers Care. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions.
And you think about Larry Boa, thinking about the bullpen at the old ballpark was being left field. So Boa playing shortstop, you could see him. And he was such a fiery player. When he first came up, he really wasn't physically strong and was a very weak bat. but he made himself. Billy DeMars was the hitting coach, and he had an old couch like in his basement, and he destroyed that, hitting that couch, trying to get arm strength, and just made him turn himself into a good offensive player. But you're right, he was an outstanding defensive player, and just some of the arguments that he would get in with umpires and stuff, is he was extremely feisty, but he was one of those guys that got every ounce of his ability out of him.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Dominic Brown. Only Ozzie Smith has played more games at shortstop in the National League than Larry Bowa. And back in 1980, he was a part of 7 double plays that he started in the World Series against Kansas City. That championship team, Omar Vizquel has played the most games ever at short. The 2-1. 2-2. Brown lined out to center, first time up.
I remember, first thing that comes to mind to me of that 1980 World Series was how the Phillies just dominated against Willie Wilson. And third baseman just played almost so far in on the grass, just defying him. Got into the head.
Lined and over the outstretched glove of Peralta. Stopping at second, Bird. Runners at first and second for Carlos Ruiz.
Brzezinski, I like this, going out to talk to Shelby. He got the first man out this inning. He's done that. First man out, but this is the first inning where the next 2 batters have reached base. Still has first base, 1 out. Got the double play in order.
I think it's twofold too, Al. You're going over signs with a man at second, but then secondly, in that at bat a couple of times, I saw Brzezinski pointing to his front shoulder,
letting it fly open.
Yeah, so some mechanics maybe that he picked up on. You've talked about it. Phillies do not hit into a lot of double plays. Backs up for a strike. Ruiz has grounded into 5.
Cardinals have hit into the most in the National League, and the Phillies the fewest.
Outfield is shallow. Runners stay put. 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out. Runners at first and second for the Phillies. The Cardinals lead on a Johnny Peralta solo home run.
With Ruiz, big gap between Carpenter and Peralta, the third baseman and shortstop.
Fly ball into right center field. This is trouble. This game is at least tied. Brown racing to third, being waved in. Carlos Ruiz gives the Phillies a 2-1 lead.
Middle way, away, and he hits it out there. 2 RBIs for Ruiz. He's up to 20.
Cody Ashe walked the 8th place hitter in the lineup tonight for Ryan Sandberg. The pitcher on deck. 2-1 Phillies. Breaking ball taken high.
Just the 87th game for Ruiz, but 20 RBIs seems awfully low. Bassey's making his 45th start for the Phillies. He was on the DL with a left hamstring strain. Missed about a month, and third week of May to the third week of June.
One and two the count. Pitch count at 68 for Shelby Miller.
Dan, I saw this, and Shelby didn't have any problem in the third inning where he has an ERA of 4.94. But the fourth inning has been his undoing. Came in with an ERA of 7.43 in the fourth inning.
Waved at it. And a strikeout of Bassey, number 2 tonight for Shelby Miller. And I think that would tell you, Al, reading into the numbers, that not all the time, but more times than not, it's second time through the lineup.
That's what I first thought of, the second time through the order.
Here's David Buchanan, who is flied out to right.
Now, Shelby throws about 75% fastballs, but a lot of today's pitchers, they will show you every pitch in their arsenal, even when they're not in a jam, even when nobody's on base.
A chopper to short. Phillies pick up 3 consecutive hits. Broken bat single by Bird, single by Brown, RBI double by Ruiz. Ryan Howard, just how good he has been in his career, and then he struck out. 2-1 Phillies. Shelby Miller will lead things off. In the middle of their lineup, they can be pitched to. When you think about Ryan Howard and Marlon Byrd back-to-back, close to 300 Ks combined this year.
They can be pitched to. You make good pitches, you get them out. You make a mistake or leave something up over the middle of the plate, they can hurt you.
Cardinals hit into a couple of key double plays early on, and they're just hoping that does not come back to haunt them. They had Matt Adams up in the first with runners at the corners, inning-ending 4-6-3 double play. And then it was Miller with runners at the corners in the second, grounding into a 6-4-3 double play to end a threat.
Cardinals have 6 hits and a walk, but like you said, the 2 double plays have hurt them. They've stranded 4. Of the 6 hits, just one's been an extra base hit. That's the home run by Peralta.
Phillies are trying to play spoiler. They have only 4 games, the remaining schedule, that are not against contenders, and that's a 4-game series out west against San Diego. Miller on a pitch that's up and a base hit past Jimmy Rollins. Jim, last night we were talking about rosters expanding. The Cardinals hoping to get Michael Wacha back, Yadier Molina, Jason Mott. What about lefty Kevin Segras trying to fine-tune some of those mechanics and regain his form as well?
Danny, he's made 3 appearances for AAA Memphis since being sent down. 3 innings, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, 4 Ks. He did throw a scoreless inning last night. He had struggled with the Cardinals after returning from the DL. He had missed 52 games with a forearm strain that kind of became a back and shoulder issue. Mike Matheny was talking about Segras before the game, and he said he wasn't sure if Segras' struggles had anything to do with the injury that put him on the DL, except he said he's getting good reports on Segras. And Dan, we know when Segras is right, he can be a huge weapon out of that bullpen.
There's no doubt. Any report, Jim, on velocity? Because prior to the injury, he was consistently 95 to 97. And in his recent stint with the Cardinals, he was around 93.
Mike didn't talk about velocity, just saying good reports, and he was encouraged by the news he was getting out of Memphis. And I think they're going to take it slow with him, and as you say, just hope that he fixes whatever was going wrong with his mechanics, because that guy can pitch when he's right.
Well, you think about it, Al, it's a state of flux for 6 months, that bullpen.
And one of the trends that is alarming to me, and you didn't see it coming based on what he did last year, which was sensational, and that is that he's struggled against left-handed batters. You know, they're hitting .316 against him. But there's one thing I've noticed too. Remember 2 years ago when all these Segras and Rosenthal and Martinez and all these guys came up, and it was talk of baseball. Every time a Cardinal reliever would come in, he'd throw harder than the next guy, and they all threw 96 and above. But there's a trend right now that when you look at everybody's bullpen, now everybody has 2 or 3 guys that are coming out of there that are throwing 96 and above and touching a triple-digit mark. So it's you know, what was a novelty for the Cardinals now has become the norm.
And it seems like they're getting younger and younger.
Yeah.
Cardinals have a couple in the minor league system that are throwing right now in the high 90s.
I think part of it is, you know, you're making huge investments in these draft picks. They feel like they're going to get hurt eventually, so we'll get them up to the big leagues as soon as we can.
There's Trevor Rosenthal, the Cardinals closer. Seth Maness on the left. And Martinez with Neshek in the background. 3-2 pitch and a ground ball, base hit to right. Miller will stop at second base. Back-to-back hits to start the 5th inning for the Cardinals.
That's what the Cardinals need to do. Need to start bunching these hits. Now, there are an awful lot of ground balls, so you can see that, you know, the Phillies feel like they're just another pitch away from being a third double play. But he's living at the bottom of the strike zone. They're pounding on the ground, and now the Cardinals have 8 hits on the night. And we're just here in the 5th inning with nobody out.
Colton Wong is 1 for 2. Single to right. Grounded out to third. You think about a bunt potentially here. Also think about him swinging away, swinging a very good bat in this series. There's the bunt. It's a fair ball. And I believe he hit it twice on the bat. They're going to continue the play and call it a double play, but we'll have a review or at least an argument here from Mike Matheny. It looked to be that it hit
twice,
the dirt,
right?
and then came back up and hit the bat.
I think that's what Colton Wong is pleading and what Mike is saying happened. So it's toughest for the home plate umpire, and that's Brian Lenora. So he'll get a help from a little bit. But we can see, comes back up and he hits the bat again the second time. Well, it's dead ball, a foul ball. Now it's playing it to Sandberg. Now, of course, you'll say, well, you're the closest one. How come you couldn't see it? Well, he's got the catcher jumping up and obscuring his view.
You can understand why Colton Wong did not run. It's a dead ball.
And that helps sell it, too, to the umpire. But watch the ball, bunts it, and it bounces up and hits the barrel of the bat a second time for a foul ball.
So 0-1 the count on Colton Wong. This time swinging, 0-2. Swings through the changeup. You can see at times Buchanan has had a good sinker and a good changeup.
Yep. They like him. You know, he's come through their system real quick, and he's made 5 quality starts in a row.
Runners at first and second. 0-2 on Wong. Ground ball hit to the right side. Howard couldn't get it out of the glove. Race to the bag. Out is the call. And Mike Matheny may challenge that play.
Both men advanced, but boy, would it make a heck of a difference if this call was reversed.
So Mike Aldretti is on the phone as we speak, the Cardinals bench coach, to get the thumbs up or thumbs down on this play. Thumbs down, that's it. No challenge. Wong advances the runners to second and third.
That's the way I saw it on the naked eye, but a sure double play ball, but Howard couldn't field it cleanly. That's a race for the bag. I think the right foot from the pitcher and just ahead of Colton Wong. Close play though.
Sure was.
But both runners advance, and Holiday leads the team with his 64 RBIs. He also leads the major leagues in game-winning RBIs this year.
Base hit could put the Cardinals on top. They trail 2-1. Runners at second and third. Holiday 1 for 2 on the night. First pitch to him is hit to the right side. That'll score the runner. This game is tied. RBI for Holiday, number 65. Not pretty,
no,
but it works. Wong grounding out, advancing the runners. Holiday, a broken bat grounder to second, picks up the RBI, and we're tied up at 2-2.
You got to tie it before you can win it. And this rally would stop here with just 1 run, or will Adams be able to add on? Shelby did his job and helped his own cause.
Breaking ball, strike 1. Adams bounced into a hard hit 4-6-3 double play, and then with the shift, runner at third base, Jimmy Rollins cutting off a ground ball to Utley. Second base side of the bag. 0 for 2 tonight. The Phillies with each pitch last night and again tonight, changing up what they do with Matt Adams and how they vary up their shifts. Now Rollins a little bit closer to second base. Hanging breaking ball, and it's tapped foul inside the Phillies dugout. 1-2 the count. Carpenter can get a huge lead from the third base bag. Ashe way off the line, and now Rollins even further towards the second base side. And with 2 strikes, he moves over.
And of course, we've seen Matt Adams, with a lot of pitches away from him, take that ball to the opposite field.
Wouldn't it be something if Matt Adams could win a batting championship? Thinking about his lack of walks. So the balls that he's putting in play, more times than not, it seems like he's picking up a base hit some way, somehow.
Came in third in the National League with a .309 average.
Outfield is deep. Time is called. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Cardinals slugger. Hit out of play.
Homered last night, number 13, the first on the road since July 11th. Second on the team with 46 extra base hits.
And that's pulled foul. We have not seen Adams have the kind of at-bats that you'd characterize a hitter at times that they just give them away. You know, he doesn't seem to get carved up or give away at bats. He is grinding through this season.
He's hit right-handers extremely well, and he's really cut down when he's got a left-handed pitcher out there, cut down on the breaking balls in the dirt.
3-2. Peralta, who homered back in the second, waits on deck.
3-2. Think off speed. Yeah. Curve ball.
Way outside, and he lost him. Second walk issue. Don't miss your chance to see the Cardinals take on their Central Division rivals next weekend. 4-game series, a doubleheader. That'll be on Saturday. And great seats still available. Tickets available at Cardinals.com. Cardinals.com. Cubs and St. Louis Cardinals next weekend. 4-game series. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Bob McClure, pitching coach, out there to talk.
So again, the Cardinals with runners at first and third. Here's Peralta, the solo home run, number 18, back in the second, his 59th RBI. He's also popped out to first. A 2-2 game here in the top of the fifth. Changeup. Peralta out in front. Johnny's average up to 265. Left-hander getting loose in the pen for the Phillies. They carry 4 lefties, 3 righties in their pen. Pitch count at 89 for Buchanan.
We're talking a little bit off the air last night about all these left-handers in the bullpens now.
Peralta hits it out to center field. Revere is back with room. A lot of topspin. That ball was just sinking out to center. Cardinals strand 2, but they tie it up. Bank Park. Charlie Manuel and Kurt Schilling. Mike Lieberthal was a fan favorite. Some down years with the Philadelphia Phillies. Outstanding catcher. John Kruk, the first baseman. If you think about the history of baseball here in Philadelphia, Phillies have been playing in Philly since the late 1800s. The Philadelphia A's, you may have forgotten, they played from 1901 to 1954. Then they moved to Kansas City. Eventually then moving to Oakland. Kansas City was then given an expansion team that turned into the Royals. And the early 1900s, this was an A's town that then turned into a Phillies town. Tom Mee, our director tonight. Brian McCann doing an outstanding job as our producer. Keith O'Brien with his top assistant, Keith Oberman. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Alongside the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski, Jim Hayes as well. 1 ball and 1 strike on Ben Revere.
Key inning here for Shelby Miller. His team got him, and with his own help, tied the score. Now you need a shutdown inning.
Chopped foul.
Wow.
Just foul.
We thought that was going to be a routine foul ball, and almost right at the foot of the third base umpire, Jeff Kellogg.
And Al, the reaction of Revere also made you think it was routine. He did not get out of the box. Kind of stopped, and then all of a sudden, uh-oh, I better go.
Yeah. Kind of shades down in Miami. Solano hit the home run off of Adam Wainwright that everybody thought was 10 feet foul, and it hit the foul pole.
Good breaking ball, and it's a ground ball to second. Rivera is 0 for 3 and limping as he heads into the dugout. Justin Masterson against Jerome Williams tomorrow will come your way at noon at St. Louis time. It's our Budweiser What's on Tap. After the ball game, we head across the state. We'll take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. First of 3 on Monday night. All 3 games on Fox Sports Midwest.
And the Pirates are playing Milwaukee, and they are leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th.
Cardinals a game and a half out. Pittsburgh 5 back. What is a huge series for the Pirates this weekend. Edinson Volquez going for the Pirates. Willie Peralta looking for win number 16 for Milwaukee. Atlanta is at Cincinnati tonight. Irvin Santana, he's 13-6 against Mike Leake. And they are scoreless. 0-2 the count on Jimmy Rollins. Rollins an infield hit up the third base line. Then a stolen base back in the first, left stranded. Also popped out to A.J. Pierzynski. Again in the air, out to left, and Holiday backs up a step or 2. 2 down. Much better stuff from Shelby Miller tonight.
Well, I gave you those stats in the 3rd and 4th inning that have been problematic, but that also means when he can get through that 4th inning, and if he doesn't have a real high pitch count, you know, he settles back in and pitches good baseball. So let's hope that's the case. Get out of this 5th inning and get at least one more.
Pitch count at 77. He's due up 4th for the Cardinals, looking ahead to the top of the 6th. Here's Chase Utley. Strike 1.
Utley in his career, .316 average against the Cardinals. He's been about a .300 hitter, just a shade below that here in his home ballpark through his career.
Ripped into right, coming on Tavares, and he makes the play. We're through 5 here in Philly, and it's 2-2. Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more now until September 19th. You'll receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more info, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. Chevy called to the pen. Here's one of the 4 lefties, Mario Hollins. He's 6'5", 220 pounds. Big guy. Selected by the Phillies back in 2010, 10th round. Last year, shuttled between Single A, that's their affiliate in Clearwater, and Double A. And this year, he's been very good at times, and they say the upside for Hollins is extremely high.
Set a Phillies record for the most consecutive scoreless appearance by a rookie with 19. 24 of his 27 career appearances here in his home ballpark have been scoreless. He's got a 1.21 ERA at home, 4.20 ERA overall, and he has made one appearance covering 2/3 of an innings against the Cardinals in his career.
5 innings, 8 hits, couple of walks, no strikeouts, and 2 runs allowed by David Buchanan. Brzezinski, Taveras, and Jay, so 3 lefties. And Ryan Sandberg wasting no time going to his pen.
Now the Phillies are very fortunate with that line from Buchanan that the Cardinals didn't score more than the 2.
Redbirds have stranded 6 tonight. Brzezinski has flied to left and also flied out to center. It's a 2-2 game. 0-2 the count.
See where Sandberg's brought in a lefty here with 3 consecutive left-handed batters for him to deal with here in the 6th inning.
AJ shoots it in the gap in left center, and that ball will get down. One hops off the wall on his way to second base, sliding in with a leadoff double on an 0-2 pitch.
That's what you need to do. Get Brzezinski, get his first hit. That extends his hitting streak to 4 games. He's now 4 for his last 12.
Oscar Taveras. These are the type of at-bats that you look at this level. Is he learning? Is he progressing at the rate that you want to see? Meaning, can he pull it to the right side to advance the runner or drive him in?
Well, throughout the minor leagues, he hit left-handed pitching very, very well. And as we talk about how important is that front shoulder to a pitcher, In the case here, a lefty against a lefty, it's the same thing. Taveras has to hold that front shoulder in, don't let it fly open, or he'll be pulling off every outside pitch.
One and one the count.
Yeah, Hollins kind of hides the ball. It's a little sideways from the stretch, and left-handed batter can't see the baseball until right at the final second when he's releasing it. So it'll be sneaky fast.
Here's a 1-1. Taveras, little floater out to left, and that drops in for a hit. Pierzynski on his way to third, and he's in there safely. Ball gets away. Pierzynski will score. Taveras on his way to third base. No one's there. Cardinals have the lead 3-2.
Well, Jimmy Rollins is at third base, but Hollins just couldn't pull the trigger.
A routine single, and the Cardinals have the lead.
Cardinals very, very lucky. This is a good defensive ball club. The Phillies have committed the second fewest errors. Cardinals the third fewest. But they had Pierzynski hung up to dry. As see him caught in between there. Now with a quick throw and a good throw, they would have him out at third. He gets by Ashe, and then the pitcher picks it up, and watch, he just holds it. He wouldn't throw it to... So watch Taveras as he's kind of trotting. Run, young man. Now he sees he can go to second base, but ends up over third and should have been thrown out.
Infield drawn in for John Jay. So Taveras reads it, and no one at the bag at third. Keep on going.
Jimmy Rollins was a running target, but Hollins just held on to it, and the Cardinals with a great opportunity to get even more.
Here's the 0-1. Check swing, and he went. 0-2. Shelby Miller on deck. This is a big at bat for John Jay and the Cardinals with a runner at third. Pitcher on deck. And the 0-2. You think about the base running play and the gaff, if you will, by the Cardinals, and Adams had a runner hung up between second and third. That led to a run, wound up being the winning run. Two balls and two strikes. From 0-2 to a full count. John Jay is singled to right. That was in the second. And grounded out to second.
Collins had left-handed batters to a .222 average before these first two hits.
And he walked him. So once again, for the fourth time tonight, the Cardinals have runners at the corners.
Third walk the Cardinals will receive. They also have 10 hits.
Not to say that you would pinch hit for Shelby Miller if the scenario was different, but if he gets Jay with a runner at third, it may have forced the hand of Mike Matheny, or at least to have him think about the potential of using a pinch hitter to try to bust the game open.
Absolutely. Shelby Miller got a base hit his last time up, and should be 8 for 40 at 200 average for him.
Miller has the most sacrifices, if you're wondering, among the pitching staff of the Cardinals with 7. Wainwright second with 6. He's showing bunt. It's a beauty. Taveras trying to score. He will. And that ball gets away. Miller on his way to second. Jay, no hesitation. He'll try to score. He's safe. And the defense unraveling for the Phillies.
How about the fact that Oscar Taveras followed that bunt down the third baseline. He comes in. It looked like Ashley, if he would not have picked it up, it would have rolled foul. But we don't know that for sure. But Taveras, as he sees the bunt down, it's a foot race right here, and he goes to first base. It would have been very tough to flip it to home. It was such a close play. But they throw it away at first base, and John Jay scores. And Shelby Miller gets himself in scoring position. So, as you said, the Phillies have gotten a little careless this inning, but the Cardinals are up 5-2, and they should have many more with the errors committed this inning and all the base hits and walks.
John Jay, I was watching him. Zero hesitation. Picks up Jose Oquendo. Never even stopped. This has turned into a big inning for St. Louis. 5-2 here in the top of the sixth. Pittsburgh has opened up an 8-2 lead on Milwaukee, and here is Carpenter with Shelby Miller, the runner at second base. Nearly hit him. When the Cardinals score 4 or more, their record is 54-18 this year. 54-18.
It really does seem that's the magic number, is to score 4, and the Cardinals now have done it in 10 straight games.
Little check swing. The chopper hit to third. Ashe makes the play. No surprise, a sarcastic cheer from the faithful here in Philly. Miller has to stay put. Carpenter now 2 for 4, and it brings in Colton Wong. And that's like we were talking about with Oscar Taveras with Matt Carpenter. You want to see him at least pull the ball to the right side.
Yeah, but as you said, it was a check swing, so he felt like he got cheated. Oscar had a very eventful trip around the bases, didn't he?
Sure did. Now Colton Wong. Wong singled to right, grounded out to third, and sacrificed. "17 pitches for this lefty." Pitched at UC Santa Barbara. Has a degree in sociology, and now trying to pursue a degree, the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising. So he's a really interesting guy. He's left-handed. He's got to be.
He could be kicked out of the left-handed relief corps with trying to have that degree. Sociology we understand, but the fashion one.
Hit to first and taken there by Ryan Howard. Miller advancing to third. Matt Holliday an RBI tonight, up to 65. Tough outing for the lefty, and we'll tell you about the change when we come back.
But the Cardinals have got 3 runs here in the top of the 7th inning or 6th inning, and they've taken a 5-2 lead. Chevy, that's the City Hall right here in the city of brotherly love. Chevy called to the bullpen is Jeff DeFreitas will come in for his 41st appearance. Good ERA. Righties are batting .267 against him, and lefties .167 over his last 70 appearance. It goes back to last year, and 41 of his last 50 major league appearances have been scoreless.
Holiday trying to add to the 5-2 lead. Looks at a slider low. Crazy inning for St. Louis. They now have 10 hits. They tied it up in the 5th at 2-2. They've taken the lead with 3 runs here in the 6th. 5-2. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Holiday. Ground ball. Ashe backing up to his left, settles and throws. Big inning for the Cardinals. Bottom of the 6th rolls in when we come back. Mike Matheny and the Cardinals lead it 5-2. Shelby Miller will deal with the middle of this lineup. The Cardinals, bottom of their order. If you look at 6, 7, 8, and 9, whether it's been the walk, reach on an error, whatever the case may be, but they have been on base 8 times and accounted for 4 of the 5 runs. Scored 4 of the 5.
And usually, Dan, when you're trying to dissect a ball game, you're a starting pitcher. You think about the first 3 guys are going to be the table setters. You want to keep them off base. The middle 3 are going to be the guys who drive them in. But that bottom 3 is usually what you're going to dominate against. And yet, a lot of times, if the Cardinals can get some production or get movement from the 7, 8, 9, and then roll it over to the top of the order, then they score the runs. So you're right. The bottom of the order has been right in the middle of it.
Cole Hamels, the outstanding lefty of the Phillies. Cardinals catch a break. They don't see him this weekend.
That's right.
Ryan Howard has walked and he has struck out swinging. The fastball is Miller still throwing hard. He's been in the mid to high 90s here tonight.
Only 82 pitches. So you hope you get 2 more innings out of him.
Inside 2-0. Cardinals had Wainwright go last night. Miller backs up, and he's got a little extra giddy up tonight.
This time of year, it's not. It's always beneficial to get a little extra rest. It's funny how that some guys can respond in a very positive way, and other guys, they're not as successful with the extra rest. But at this stage of the season, I don't think you can ever go wrong with it.
Good sinking action.
Yes. You know what we haven't seen a lot of, where when you get that good sinking action like that, and then when he elevates the ball, change the eye angle, is a big part of his pitching pattern.
High fly ball out to deep left. Gone. Home run, Ryan Howard, his 19th. Anywhere else, routine fly ball out.
That's his 19th home run and 60th RBI of his career against St. Louis pitching. St. Louis native has hit .366 of those 19 home runs and 60 RBIs. And as you say, you make a pretty good pitch right here, but you don't get rewarded with it, as that short left field, the power alley, is so inviting to Ryan Howard and a lot of hitters.
So his first home run against a right-handed pitcher since when we saw them.
And it was against
Busch Stadium.
And against Shelby too, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. June 19th.
It's only the 18th home run that Shelby has allowed. He leads Cardinal staff in home runs allowed and walks. Walked 2 tonight, but they came early. It's also the first leadoff man that he's let get away from him tonight.
Here's Marlon Byrd. 2 balls and 1 strike. 89 pitches tonight for Shelby Miller.
Lefty and a righty are warming up for the Cardinals. A lefty warming up for the Phillies.
Ideally, you just want to get him through one more inning, I would think.
It looks like Schote and Manus for the Cardinals.
Left-handed hitting Dominic Brown. That pitch is popped up. Adams out of room. Dominic Brown is on deck. Makes you think that if Byrd would get aboard, you'd have the left-handed hitting Brown a chance to tie it up with one swing of the bat. You may see Randy choke. Outfield is straight away. 2-2 the count on Byrd. And a strikeout. He has struck out 151 times this year. 3rd strikeout for Shelby. Well, we promised you earlier in the game we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photos to #STLFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast, and that's what Nicole has done. The fly ball lifted to left. Holiday with room, and some boos for Dominic Brown. He's turned into the whipping boy this year for these fans.
They always got to find at least one, don't they?
He seems to be it. Fair or not.
And, you know, sometimes you paint a young player with such lofty goals and advance warning when they don't come through and perform at the expectations, they are going to be having a hard time with these Philly fans.
Now it's Ruiz, who doubled, drove in 2 back in the 4th.
Good to see Shelby after the home run just put it aside and go attack these hitters.
You know, one of the things we've seen tonight, we mentioned it earlier, it's a cool night, which has got to help because Shelby's been on base twice, running the bases. Johnny Cueto, I think it just took the air out of him the other day in Busch Stadium. Didn't seem to affect Lance Lynn, but Cueto just seemed to be gassed the entire time he was out there.
I was expecting to read about him having a stomach virus or some kind of a physical ailment, because you're absolutely right.
Here's a 2-2. Taken low, and the count runs full. Miller has walked 2 on the night, struck out 3, and allowed just 5 base hits. Pitch number 98. Popped up. Adams. Home run by Ryan Howard. After that, a strikeout, fly out, pop out. 5-3 St. Louis. It's almost here, and fans are invited to join the St. Louis Blues Monday night. Fox Sports Midwest Live at Ballpark Village. Blues will introduce Paul Stastny, welcome back its captains, and unveil the new jersey. StLouisBlues.com for details. Monday at 6 at Ballpark Village. Seventh inning rolls in at Citizens Bank Park, and the Cardinals have a 5-3 lead. Antonio Bastardo, a lefty, will take over, third reliever used by Ryan Sandberg. He's taken a loss in 4 of his 9 appearances. And you look at what he's done this year, it's been a down year considering where he's been as a specialist at times, used by the Phillies. And he'll come in and have the 7th. The Cardinals have 10 hits tonight. They lead it by 2 runs.
Yeah, he's got a career high 7 losses this year. lost 4 of his last 9 appearances. He's 1-4 with an 11.25 ERA. He's allowed 4 earned runs or more 3 times in the last 19 games. And how about this, Dan? He's walked the first batter he's faced in 20% of his appearances this year. Got a career high in walks. His ERA was 2.68 on June 26th. It's now 4.64.
Here's Adams, and the first pitch off the glove of the catcher, Ruiz, and then it looked like it caught Adams.
As long as he's smiling.
Ruiz has had that feeling before, so he's going to give Matt Adams some time to collect himself. And he says, "I'm okay."
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You want to explain it more? Or?
Oh, man. Here's a 1-0 pitch to the big man. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt tonight grounded into a double play, grounded into the shift, and walked. And a high fly ball lifted to center field. Ben Revere, 1 away. Be interesting to see how Mike Matheny wants to play the bottom of the 7th. He's got the bottom of the lineup coming up. Here's Johnny Peralta. Got it all started for St. Louis with his 18th home run back in the 2nd. Ryan Sandberg has used David Buchanan to start for 5 innings. Then Hollins, DeFreitas, now Bastardo. Popped up. Howard is over near his own dugout with room. Oh, and he makes the catch.
And a basket catch right there. And little juggle, but holds on. Looking up. Now it's the basket. Well, he counted more on his bare hand, I think, than in his glove.
The PA announcer here at Citizens Bank Park, boy, he gets into it for the visiting team. So much so, you may remember, Al, that when J.D. Drew was here, they had to calm him down on the introductions of J.D. Drew. J.D. Drew, and the place went nuts. Boo, they were saying to J.D. Drew.
I think it was probably trying to signal the fans, okay, now it's the proper time to boo.
Get after it.
J.D., who originally was drafted by Philadelphia and then refused to sign, was kind of like the first one to do that. Played independent league baseball and then was redrafted by the Cardinals.
Signed by St. Louis, and the night that we were here, we saw the batteries thrown at J.D. Drew. Cardinals pulled off the field. We were also here a night in which a fan was running on the field and he was tasered. Here's a 2-0 pitch. So when he was introducing A.J. Pierzynski, I could hear him trying to get these fans at A.J., who's one of the great villains in the game today. I got to tell you, though, I've enjoyed being around him.
Ditto. I mean, I had another conversation with him today down on the field. We found him to be very, very open, interesting. I think the bottom line is he wants to win. He'd like another appearance in postseason. Got released by Boston. Could have taken his money and gone home, but he said, I don't want to end my career that way. I want to play it out. This is his 17th year in the big leagues.
Here's a 2-2. And think about that, 17 years, which is just a great accomplishment to play at this level for so long, but then to do it in the catcher's position.
Yeah, where you get beat up a lot more than other players.
And a walk. Cardinals tonight have received 4 walks. Extends the inning to Oscar Taveras, who, by the way, don't look now, is 10 for his last 26.
Had a good night. Extended his hitting streak to 5 games. He's walked and 2 singles and a base and scored a run.
First pitch to Oscar. On its way. Take it for a ball. Early on, we saw Taveras, when he got called up, really off balance. And it looked like he was guessing a little bit in between. And even when he's taking pitches, he seems to be more comfortable, getting more locked in. I mean, that pitch right there is a good example. You'd see him out in front, pop it foul, and now he's taking some of those borderline pitches in his favor. Here's a 2-0.
You thought that ball was inside, and either way, he's hitting the count in his favor. You take that pitch. But the other day, he complimented John Mabry for his increased production.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. 3-1. There's John Lackey, the Cardinals trade pickup from Boston. We'll see him pitch in Pittsburgh. Pirates now leading Milwaukee 9-2. So the Cardinals, if things stay the way that they are right now, and it stays the same in that ball game with the Pirates and the Brewers, would be a half game back at the start of play tomorrow.
I think A.J. Burnett regrets maybe signing with Philadelphia. 6-14.
Popped up. Left field. Dominic Brown was replaced, and the catch is made. Time to stretch. 5-3. teams. Last night, Matt Adams, if he tags out the runner, the game remains tied. Instead, throw goes awry. Adams, his 6th there this season, run scores, that's the difference. Tonight, a couple of miscues. Brown, the throw to third, that gets away from Ashe. Brzezinski scores. Then just moments later, another miscue by the Phillies, and 2 runs would score thanks to a couple of errors, and the Cardinals have a 2-run lead. Mazda game summary. Shelby Miller lifted in this game as Randy Choate will come in. Shelby Miller, 6 innings, the 5 hits, Peralta a home run, Buchanan goes 5. Mazda game summary. Lefties hitting just 105 against Randy Choate this year. Chevy Cole to the pen.
Yeah, doing a nice job. Don't forget about the ERA. They took that one beating, and they'll be pitching all season to try and get it down. So he'll come in here. We got Ashe, and then it's Grady Sizemore. And Ben Revere. So 3 lefties in a row. And Borges now in the game to play center. Oscar Taveras is out, and John Jay's in right.
Pitch taken low. So there's a look at Peter Borges. Grady Sizemore took over for Dominic Brown, was part of a double switch. He's on deck. And a chopper back to Choate. 1 away. So John Jay shifting, as Al said, from center to right field. Grady Sizemore in his prime was a fabulous major league player. I mean, he was outstanding. Unfortunately, he was on some poor teams in Cleveland. Microfracture surgery on his knees. Many believed he wouldn't make it to the big leagues. Had 2 years off and was with Boston at the start of the season. Things did not work out. Boston went south, wanted to take a look at their younger players. He wasn't in their future plans. But man, could this guy play.
I'll just give you an idea against limited play against the Cardinals. Sizemore 7 for 13, a home run and 3 RBIs, 538 average. His 24th game since joining the Phillies. I kind of got the idea reading an article today in the paper that he's not playing much right now, but they know what he can do, and they want him part of their plans for next year. They're just giving some of these at bats and playing time to some of the other kids where they're trying to make decisions on.
Here's the 0-2, the slider, and it's popped up. Matt Adams is over in foul territory. 2 down. Really good work being done right now by Randy Choate. September 12th, honor the troops like the pros. 25,000 fans ages 16 and over receive a digital desert camouflage Cardinals cap similar to the one worn by the Cardinals on Memorial Day. So get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. When put in these spots, Randy Choate thrives. I mean, the numbers don't lie. Came in, lefties, 105 against him. He's gotten the first 2 lefties out. Now he'll get Revere, who is hitless in 3 plate appearances.
It's news in itself, isn't it? Revere came in batting .373 since first week in June.
Here's a 1-0. Choate clearing off the dirt, clearing it out of his spikes. Doing his best Ron Santo jump. Ron Santo would click his heels with a win for the Chicago Cubs.
Right, win, and he'd be running down into the clubhouse. They had a door in the left field corner, and right before he got to the door, he, like you say, jumped, click his heels, and was part of the signaling. It was an official victory for the Cubbies. Didn't do it that often, though.
Just like the sun will come up tomorrow, Al, you'll mention the rubber device that's on the back of the mound. A tradition here on Fox Sports Midwest just for you.
Doesn't that really look like it's going to be effective? I did see the other day one was removed and put a brand new one down.
Here's a ground ball, and Randy Choate, nice work. 1, 2, 3, go the Phils. We head to the 8th. St. Louis on top 5-3. It's that time of year you start to scoreboard watch even more so than ever. But 5+ weeks to go in the regular season. That will go in a blink of an eye. And it is so much fun in September, Al, as you know, being a former player for so many years. To be in a pennant race, man, it doesn't get any better.
You know, Dan, you used to go to spring training and you said, I just want to be playing meaningful games, important games in September. And you take your chances from there. The Cardinals would be the #1 wild card right now, and it looks like they have a chance to pick up the game they lost to the Giants in the wild card race. Nationals beat the Giants today 6-2, and yesterday the Giants stopped their 10-game winning streak.
So what makes it so interesting now is that, and I think you bring up such a good point. You look at other teams that normally you wouldn't be looking at. San Francisco Giants come to mind. But with the wild card in play, that's a factor. I think you really look at what you have to do in the Central Division. You'd love to win the division, not have a play-in game.
Exactly.
And get rested up. Save your ace potentially. As Bastardo puts one by John Jay, 1-2.
In my mind, you know, the Cardinals are focused on the right thing, and that's winning the division. And very capable the way they play inside the division.
Here's a 1-2. Taken low. John Jay again on base twice. Highest on base percentage of any major leaguer here in the month of August. Well above 500.
And the Cardinals in the Central Division are 30-19. Milwaukee is 28-24 inside the division.
Cardinals will have 2 series remaining outside the Central Division after tomorrow. As Jay waves at it and strikes out. 3-game series with Colorado, then the final series on the road of the season against Arizona. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Two franchises rich in history squaring off tonight, the Cardinals and the Phils. And here's Peter Borges.
I'll tell you, a team that's going to be very interesting to watch and probably not fun to play is going to be the Chicago Cubs. Got all those young players, and they're playing energized baseball. They know they're going to play the spoiler role. And that series next weekend in St. Louis is going to be quite the thing.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to the Cardinals center fielder. I took a cab over from the team hotel with Peter Borges yesterday, and we were talking about his childhood growing up, having a dad that's been involved in the game of baseball. And for many years, Peter was a soccer player, but it was injuries that took him to baseball. As he strikes out, and he was saying, I had more injuries playing soccer, and he said, I can't remember what they were, and they were significant. He said it was kind of matter of fact, Al. He goes, well, I broke my wrist, I had a broken arm, I had a broken leg one time. I figured I just want to play baseball anyway, so that's where he gravitated towards the sport of baseball.
His dad, a player, did get to the big leagues briefly, but scout in San Diego organization right now. Met him when we were out there on the West Coast.
Here's Carpenter. A 2-hit night. It's another multi-hit game. He's 2 for 4. Both have been singles, one to center, the other to right. There's strike one. Pistardo came in the 7th inning, walked a man, did not allow a hit. He struck out the first 2 he's seen here in the 8th. There's that good slider and a check swing. Did not go.
Carpenter came in batting .318 on the road, and he's 2 for 4 tonight. His 41st multi-hit game and 104th between last year and this year. That's first in the major leagues.
You look ahead to the bottom of this inning. Certainly Randy Choate could stay in. Switch hitting Jimmy Rollins, then Utley and Howard hitting from the left side. So it could be a 2-inning night coming up for Randy Choate. Held on to, and he strikes out the side. The big bat's coming up. Cardinals up by 2. and by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. That shot from the Art Museum here in Philly, which is where the Rocky scene was filmed. His running scene going up the steps right down Benjamin Franklin Parkway. In the background, you saw City Hall. You saw that earlier tonight on our telecast. The great city of Philadelphia.
Randy showed his back out for his second inning, and the three batters he's going to face, Rollins, Utley, and Howard, are playing in their 900th game as a trio, 900 start. They are 2 for 20 combined against Randy Schote. Rollins, the switch hitter, he's 1 for 3.
Next telecast is tomorrow. Will come your way at noon St. Louis time. Schote at the first three he saw. Ashe, Brady Sizemore, Ben Revere. That was in the 7th. Fourth man at the plate for Randy Schote tonight is Jimmy Rollins. Chase Utley on deck, and then we'll see Ryan Howard. 1 ball and 1 strike, and Randy seems to be a lot more sharp in this ball game tonight. That pitch, though, is up and a base hit. And the tying run will come to the plate.
A few times the Cardinals have a 2-run lead, but it seems like it's more. But because it is only a 2-run lead, you know, the potential tying run represented in the batter's box now. Utley is 1 for 9 off of Randy Schote. Howard 0 for 8. And Neshek is warming in the Cardinal pen if needed.
Tying run at the plate. Here's Utley. 0 for 3 tonight. That pitch misses down and in. Utley is hitting .243 against lefties. 3 of his 11 home runs against left-handed pitching this year. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is your big inning right here with these bats that the Phillies have. Maybe older, but still dangerous. First 2 have reached, and here comes Howard.
So rare for Randy Schote to go 1 inning, let alone start a second inning. But he's got to be ready for this. Ryan Howard is 0 for 8 against him.
We turn to our Nissan drives of the game. Early on, it was Johnny Peralta. Second inning, leading off a solo home run, his 18th of the year. Ryan Howard then in the 6th inning, his 19th of the year. And he picked up his 80th RBI.
Last batter that Schote will face tonight is Ryan Howard.
Runners go. A double steal. Rollins, his 2nd stolen base tonight. A base hit could tie it up. Howard actually came into this game tonight hitting better against lefties average-wise than right-handed pitching. One ball and 1 strike with Marlon Byrd on deck. Most certainly, you would think Mike Matheny then goes to Pat Neshek.
I know you love your house, but you could put the mortgage up there. Hoping for is that both runners will still be at second and third when Neshek comes in to face Marlon Byrd.
Two and two on Howard.
0 for 8 with 4 strikeouts against Randy. Got 2 strikes now.
Let's see if he can't get him to chase on one of those sliders. If indeed that's the pitch he goes with, it is, and he hit him. After a sharp first inning, now Pat Neshek will try to play Houdini. He'll come in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Baseball brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the perfect beer for whatever happens. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Freedom Hall in Philadelphia. Game on the line. Bases are loaded. Right-handers hitting .134 against the Cardinals' Pat Neshek. And with the bases loaded, he's had 5 situations like this year. Hitters have gone 0 for 5 against Pat. 3 strikeouts. 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th. He'll get Marlon Byrd. You could make a case this season he's the most dangerous hitter in this Phillies lineup.
He leads the ball club with 23 home runs. Second in RBIs with 73.
How does he want to approach him here in this spot?
Well, you got to get ahead in the count and you got to throw strikes. But Marlon Byrd is seen him twice. He's 0 for 2 against Pat Neshek. Dominic Brown and Ruiz have never seen him, but you got to get this batter first.
There's that slider.
And I think Marlon Byrd we've never seen the changeup, I'm probably sure of. And he's probably never seen the increased velocity of his fastball. So if you're a reliever, Danny, you know, this is what you dream about. Coming into a game with nobody out, the bases loaded, trying to protect a lead. And you dream about that, so if it does come close, then you feel comfortable in the situation. But Mike Matheny said, you're the best man, go do your job.
Strike two. That pitch at 92 from
92, and you could tell Pat's a little pumped up with that, with this situation, and he's jumped ahead. I mean, fastball right there, I mean, it looked like it was 99, 90, 100 miles an hour. When he throws it from that delivery, you just aren't anticipating to have that good zip on it.
Fouled back and a good cut.
Very good cut right there, but a hitter fouls a ball just like that. A line drive right back over the catcher's shoulders tells you he's on that pitch. So you change the velocity, change the eye level, but you definitely can't sit at that same velocity.
The 0-2. Little bloop into shallow right. This game is tied.
Neshek has been so good, and as you said, just a little bloop. Didn't get that ball far enough away from him. He could stick the bat out. Picks up 2 RBIs up to 75, and we have a tie ball game. A little bit too much of the plate. You see it's well outside, but he gets enough of it just to lob it over the infield.
Look at a pinch run for Ryan Howard. He was hit by Neshek on base 3 times tonight. He was just called back to the big leagues. That's Freddie Galvis. So Galvis was called up before the game, and then Reed Brignac was designated for assignment.
Switch hitting infielder Freddie Galvis.
Andres Blanco showing bunt. Back to Neshek. Thought about third. Gets the shore out.
You don't see too many pitchers that can look to third base like that, turn all the way around, and still throw a strike to first.
1 out, runners at second and third. Ruiz had an RBI double that played it 2 back in the 4th. Infield is drawn in.
You could walk him and load the bases here. I think Pierzynski, you've got veterans on the mound and behind the plate. We'll see how they start him out, and if they get behind the count, they may go ahead and do that.
With Neshek, as good as his control has been this year, just seeing how they approach that first pitch.
Right. Maybe
get him to chase, and then at that point walk him. 5-5 game. Runners at second and third. Infield is in. 2 balls and no strikes. You have Cody Ashe on deck. Jonathan Papelbon is getting loose in the pen. 2 balls and a strike. Neshek in relief of Randy Choate. Inning started with a base hit by Rollins. Utley single to center, a double steal with runners at second and third. Howard hit by a pitch. Bases loaded. Marlon Byrd, the bloop base hit into right. Sacrificed by Blanco. And now Carlos Ruiz.
He wanted that one. 3-1 count. Neshek has a high percentage of strikeouts.
The 3-1. Now 3-2. With his assortment of pitches, a hitter comes in there, and he's got you thinking. He's throwing 92 now with movement. He can be pinpoint with his control. As you mentioned, he's mixed in a changeup, and of course, he's got the great slider.
Yeah, it looked like he threw a slider there and left it on the inner part of the plate, and he fouled it off. But you'd have to believe if they go with a slider, they're going to want it down and away, probably even a ball, but.
Here it comes, a 3-2. Ground ball that's hit to short, play at the plate, and the tag is there. They got him. Brzezinski calls time. Runners at the corners. And 2 outs. And coming to the plate, it's Cody Ashe. And Ashe, a St. Louis kid that was at the ballpark, grew up cheering for the Cardinals, and was there for Game 7 of the 2011 World Series.
Look where the bat is, right in his direct path. So he's got to try and go around that. And with the new rules right there, you know, I mean, you know, a lot of guys would have tried to, in years past, go right through the catcher. But trying to avoid those collisions. There's that changeup. I love the changeup to the left-handed batters.
Ashe tonight walked, struck out, rounded out. 5-5 game. Runners at first and third. Strike 2.
That changeup, that fastball down the way, just looks like it's one of the hardest pitches he's ever seen.
Years past, you would never have this situation. Neshek facing a lefty, but 2014, unlike any year he's ever had. Can he put him away? It'll be a stolen base.
The left-handed batter is only batting 141 against Neshek. Right-handers 134. So he's just had a remarkable season.
It's the 4th steal for Carlos Ruiz. Phillies with 4 stolen bases tonight against St. Louis. Here's a 1-2. Change up again. Blowing away, 2-2.
So you're going from 69, where from about 66 to 69 with a changeup to 92, 93 with a fastball. It's a tremendous variance.
With that delivery, changeup is outstanding. The 2-2. There it is again, and he struck him out. 69 miles an hour. The strikeout of Cody Ashe. this series. And it'll be Colt Wong, Matt Holliday, and Matt Adams due up for St. Louis. Papelbon, part of our Chevy Colt to the pen. It was save number 31 last night. Very good ERA. He's not the dominating hard thrower that he once was, but still very, very good, very effective. And so the Cardinals have given up a 2-run lead, and this game is tied 5-5. Pittsburgh leading Milwaukee 10-2. That's in the 8th. And a new life for the Phillies. And Wong takes a ball outside. He is sacrificed tonight. He is grounded out to first, grounded to third, and a single to right. Blanco takes over at third for Cody Ashe. Chase Utley is your new first baseman.
And Galvis stays in and plays second.
Galvis at second. And as you know, Sizemore is in right. Rollins at short, Revere in center, and Marlon Byrd in right field. In the air out to center field. Rivera is back at the wall, and it's off the wall.
It bounced over the wall. Like, I know I did it, but
ground rule double. Ben Revere with a great effort in center field. How did that ball get over the wall if not going over on a fly?
Exactly, because it must have bounced and back towards the field, and I don't know if his body knocked it over.
Well, I think it hit Revere, and also he keeps rubbing his face. Let's take a look at it here.
Jumps on this ball. It's 401 feet, and it's at least 400 feet just beyond his reach. Comes back, and then somehow bounces back over the wall. Mike Matheny out there, and here we get a better look here, and we can see what the ball does. Just beyond his reach, hits off the bottom, and he kicks it. He kicks it, and it goes forward and over the wall. Now, that's the only thing Matt may be asking, is because it was unintentional, but because he kicked it, you know, can you? Because obviously if that ball would have stayed in the playing field, it'd be a triple for sure.
First of all, it's shades of Aaron Rowan. Remember Aaron Rowan? Yeah. Face planted out there against the screen. And what I'm thinking is that Mike Matheny doesn't have the luxury that we have to see a replay. And maybe what he's saying right now is, guys, are we sure that didn't go over the wall? Now, clearly we know it on a fly, rather.
Right.
You know, clearly we saw that. And we know the answer, and the umpires can take a look at it. That could be one conversation too.
I'm wondering, on your scenario, it would be real simple just to review it, and now they are going to review it.
And if it's off his foot, they're going to take a look at it. Do you award another base?
That's what I'm trying to think. You know, it's obviously, if it was intentionally a player using his body, his hands or something, and it kicks it back over the wall, I think it would be a judgment. But accidentally, I think it's just part of you know, like a ball hitting a base or something like that. You just let it see. They're saying two bases.
So a crew chief review, and Colton Wong will be at second base. Papelbon has continued to throw while we have this delay. Tremendous effort there by Ben Revere. Almost came up with a highlight reel catch. And now it's Matt Holliday. And you get the man that's in the top 5 with runners in scoring position in the National League. Big double off the bat of Colton Wong. That's the go-ahead run at second base.
Holliday 0 for 3 against Papelbon, but he's also the Major League's leader in game-winning RBIs. He's got 17 game-winning RBIs, 5 since the All-Star break.
Now it's Holliday. Big gap in left center. And a check on Colton Wong, which is part of the equation here. We've seen the fact that the Phillies have been aggressive with 4 stolen bases. You wouldn't think they do that with Holliday up, but you never know. Colton Wong with 17 steals this year. Inside, and a very short lead by Wong at second base, as Galvis, the second baseman, is trying to keep him close.
Think about trying to steal third. You know, you got a big body for Ruiz to throw around, and Matt Holliday at home plate.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Holliday. And he hit him. Pitch up and in. Hits Holliday. The first 2 have reached against Papelbon. It brings in Matt Adams, who has crushed right-handed pitching this year.
Right in the upper bicep. It's the 13th time Holliday's been hit by a pitch. Of course, John Jay leads the major leagues with his 16. It's like Rosenthal and Freeman are throwing. If the Cardinals take the lead here, Rosie would go for the save. If it's a tie ball game, I think you'd bring in Freeman.
2 on, nobody out. Adams takes an off-speed pitch, down and in for ball 1. Matt tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. .330 against righties this year. Colton Wong at second base. His good speed represents the go-ahead run here in the top of the 9th. After this pitch, we're going to take a look. Maybe we'll just do it right now. Here it is again.
Watch his foot. It comes off the base of the wall, and then it hits his foot and kicks it over the fence accidentally.
Hit out of play, an off-speed pitch again. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year in Cincinnati, late in the season, Matt Adams, not once but twice with 2 crushing blows against the Reds. Can he come through here tonight against the Phillies? The 1-1. Good cut, falls behind. With Jonathan Papelbon, got to think of the split finger pitch that he possesses, one of the best in baseball.
Those 2 home run that game was, both those home runs were in extra innings. Do it in regulation. Matt has seen Papelbon 1 time, and he's 0 for 1.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. 1-2 the count again. The next two, Adams. Inside. 2-2. Here's a 2-2. I'm going to throw something out there crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking out loud here. If it's off the glove, off the wall, off his foot, doesn't hit the ground, over the wall, is it a home run?
If it was at the top of the wall, it would be a home run. But we've never seen like something at the foot, and it didn't appear that it hit the ground. And it looked like it went off the foot, and obviously the top of the wall, and bounced over.
Here's a 3-2 pitch to Adams. Got him. My thinking is, though, once it hits the wall, it's like hitting the ground. And we had that conversation, you may recall, with Mike Matheny in his office in Pittsburgh. Way back when, 5 months ago, when there was some confusion about this particular play that we're seeing right now.
He saved the splitter towards the end there, and that's what he got him out.
Now it's Johnny Peralta. Big strikeout for Papelbon. And he's thinking double play. Another check on Colton Wong.
Peralta's 2 for 12 off of Papelbon. Double and 4 strikeouts. We'll take the double.
The replay, I'm pretty sure, would show that it hit the ground and then bounces over the wall. Then I go back to the original point that there's two things that Mike Matheny could be asking about. One, did it go over the wall on a fly? Because it was tough to see in a bang play. He doesn't have the benefit of replay. Then the other thing is it kicked over the wall, which then would award it another base. Peralta has grounded into 16 double plays. So here's another look.
They're calling a ground rule double, and right there at the base, it's concrete, but that doesn't look like it hits the wall at the bottom or hits the ground at all. But that would be a tough one to say you saw it conclusively.
0-1 pitch. 0-2.
Throw the fastball, the slider, the splitter.
Treated as an overthrow, then awarding another base. Regardless, here we go. The 0-2. Spoiled by Peralta. That pitch at 93.
Papelbon had 219 American League saves, got 98 National League saves.
The 0-2 pitch. Instead, a check on Wong. Runners go on the 0-2. A throw down to third. Safe. Long, a stolen base, number 18. It's a double steal. Risky move, and it pays off. Ryan Sandberg hops out of the dugout for the Phillies. Slow walk to third base, and they'll take a look at this.
Danny has nothing to lose.
Absolutely. I mean, why not do this?
You know, you're just asking the umpire. Well, he will, review it. Got to throw around Peralta. I don't know why he's swatted down. Get the tag down ahead to the lead run or lead hand.
He's safe.
Safe. And Bo also agreed with us.
Cardinals get the first two on, then back-to-back stolen bases, or rather strikeouts, a double steal, and now a chance for A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski, a double to left center. That was back in the sixth. He's flied to left, flied to center, and also walked, and now time is called.
And Bob McClure going to come out and talk to his pitcher. He got to have first base open. Pitcher's spot is after Pierzynski.
Daniel Descalso is moved to the on-deck circle.
Daniel has been the Cardinals' best pinch hitter. That's a little surprising that Pierzynski's only had 3 at-bats against Papelbon. You would think they would be very careful with AJ.
Time is called. A little gamesmanship here by Pierzynski. Step out. Runners at second and third. Base hit puts the Cardinals on top. A 5-5 game here in the top of the ninth.
Maybe you get into the head of Papelbon. That little cat and mouse game.
First pitch to him. Good rip by Pierzynski. Hit out of play.
And of course, McClure may have come out there and said, what do you want to do? You want to pitch around him? You want to go after him? And he's saying, I want to go after him.
Tell you what, a gutsy move by the Cardinals to double steal in that situation.
It's one of those situations that, you better be safe.
Oh, man. Here's the 0-1. Pierzynski slowly hit. It's up the middle. Tough play. And got him. Papelbon out of the jam. Phillies tied it up with 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And now Freeman here in the bottom of the 9th. Third appearance for Sam. Like Sandberg did, you at home tie game most. Bring in their closer, the Cardinals. On the road, saving their closer for that potential safe situation.
I also like the fact that it's like when Schoch came in, you're at that same part of the order. Ashe, now Sizemore, and then Revere. So you got 3 left-handed batters, so why not bring in your lefty reliever? Sam Freeman has really grown up this season and getting more and more important assignments. And right now, this is maybe the most important one of his young career.
Grady Sizemore. First pitch. 1 away.
There's 1 for 2 off of Freeman. And Rollins 0 for 2 on deck.
Second pitch by Freeman, up and in, and it catches Revere. And now in this spot, stolen base certainly part of what you're thinking about. Phillies already have been aggressive against A.J. Pierzynski. Has that got the jersey? They have 4 stolen bases tonight. Revere is 3rd in the National League with 37.
Pitch didn't even make contact with his body, just got the jersey in. But it put a scare in the little guy, but definitely not intentional. I don't want to put a guy on with 37 steals. Maine is throwing now in the Cardinal bullpen. Collins, a .229 hitter from the right side, and his power is from left-handed also.
1 out runner at first. And a check on Revere. We have been looking up some of the rules in between the inning and the play with Colton Long. And it gets interesting in how you want to look at it. And the Cardinals may have a case that a play has gone against them. And here it is. Rule 6.09. Any bounding fair ball is deflected by the fielder into the stands or over or under a fence on fair or foul territory, in which that pitch taken for a strike. In which case the batter and all runners shall be entitled to advance 2 bases.
That'd be home plate.
And even if they said, well, it's only a single, which would not be the case. But just devil's advocate, he's at third base. It changes the complexion of how you approach the inning, and here's the play.
You say it goes off his foot and over the wall, so that's the letter of the law. But they reviewed it and missed that. I wonder if you could, I mean, you can't do it now, but I mean, with the reviews and everything, if there's any way of protesting games.
Oh, sure. They could still do that, yeah.
But that's part of the problem, too, when you really don't know what, you know, how they decided the rule. How do you protest?
Two outs, runner at first, Chase Utley.
Gets him to chase the pitch up out of the strike zone.
Revere still has not been running. Utley, first pitch, take it for a ball.
He may go here. So we'll see if Freeman, Mike Matheny doesn't counters. They tell him to step off. Throw over.
Here's a 1-0. One ball and one strike. Outfield extremely deep for Chase Utley.
Outfielders will give up a base hit in front of them, but nothing over their heads that stays in the ballpark.
One. Two balls and one strike. Let's see if they want to do some running on this pitch. Utley with a single and a run scored. That was back in the 8th. 1 for 4 tonight. Good pitch by Sam Freeman.
Breaking ball. He left it on the inner part of the plate. Really a dangerous spot, but Utley giving up on it.
Into right, and the catch is made. Extra innings coming up.
Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, that means extra innings. The Cardinals and Phillies are tied 5-5. Papelbon is out of this game. Jake Dykman will make his 60th appearance. We saw him in last night's ball game. I really like the way he's been throwing.
You know, thinking back to the play that's in question right now with Colton Long, described to us as an inadvertent deflection. And as it applies to the rule, I don't know if that makes a difference at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's Diekman, but
and I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
I understand exactly, and we agree with that. It was unintentional, but that was not part of the rule. Didn't say whether it's intentional or unintentional.
Crazy play back in the top of the ninth. So Shane Robinson, extra innings, will be the hitter for St. Louis.
Diekman.
This guy's tough.
Yeah, he's #1 in strikeouts by National League relievers. He's got 85 strikeouts. Set a career high in both innings and appearances this season. Lefties are batting 192 against him. Righties 241.
And it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Telling you, if he gets the ball up, Shane Robinson loves the high ball. Watch, sometimes he'll even get on his tippy toes and try and drive a ball.
The 2-0 pitch, and that's inside. 3 balls and no strikes. Four straight and a leadoff walk. Once again, here is the play in question. Off the bat of Colton Long. It's off the base of the wall, then kicked over the wall. We showed the rule that says the batter and all base runners should be entitled to advance 2 bases on that type of play. We get word, if memory is correct, umpires, that's 5 straight balls, said it's an inadvertent deflection. However, just looking at, as you said, Alan, rightfully so, and I agree, it doesn't say whether or not it's advertent or inadvertent.
They scored it a ground rule double.
Crazy, crazy play.
And I think you're also.
That's 6 straight balls.
And now all the infielders come in to threaten his life. But in Dan, I think you look at that play and you really can't tell if it ever did hit the ground. You know, if that ball is up, you know, goes off a glove and goes over the wall, it's a home run. It goes off your body and doesn't touch the ground, it's a home run.
Jose Canseco.
Even kicking it, you know, and it doesn't touch the ground, why wouldn't it be a home run? You first brought that up, and I'm still.
Well, if it hits the wall, though, that's like hitting the ground.
That's true.
So that takes that part out of the equation. However, in this particular play, whether or not he meant to kick it, which he didn't.
No.
It still goes over the wall. And, you know, Mike Matheny, I'm sure, is saying, too, if that ball gets away from him, that's a triple at least. That could have been an inside-the-park home run.
That was it. It was a triple at the very least if it's in play, and possibly inside the park.
Two balls and a strike on Jay. Let's see if the Cardinals continue to put the bunt on here. They do. And it's bunted foul. 2-2. was back in the 8th. We saw the Phillies with Blanco sacrifice in a key spot in the game. Pat Neshek, though, was able to get out of a jam. The 2 runs to tie it up, charge to Randy Choate. The 2-2, instead of check on the runner at first, Shane Robinson. Randy Choate pitched a scoreless 1-2-3 7th inning. Cardinals extended him in the 8th. And they're going to say that's a foul ball. And the Cardinals, with that, catch a break.
We'll take that. Strikeout of Jay, but not a
that would have been a double play. But Randy Choate had a 1-2-3 7th inning. And then it was the 8th inning. He began that inning. Base hit by Rollins. Base hit by Utley. Howard hit by a pitch. So with the bases loaded then at that point, Pat Neshek came in. Bloop single. That scored 2. To tie it up, Neshek then got the next 3. Here's Peter Borges. And a strike.
Neshek gave up the bloop single, but that was a few feet outside, and just Marlon Byrd just kind of threw the bat at it, just lobbed it over the infield. But then Neshek did an outstanding job to keep it a tie game.
The little things late in games. Jay not getting that bunt down. Peter Borges, can he come through? Slapped foul and out of play. 0-2 the count.
Peter's second at bat of the game came in for defense, then batted in the 8th inning and struck out. It was off the lefty Bastardo.
And an 0-2 pitch. Ball in the dirt. Ruiz kept it in front.
Digman's got all the strikeouts, but 4 ERA, and he's got 3 losses, so somebody's hitting him.
Phillies in their pen are down to Jimenez and the hard-throwing Ken Giles, closer of the future that we saw last night. Here's a 1-2. Just missed outside, and it's 2-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning. Howard, Bird, Blanco due up. Excuse me, Galvis, Bird, and Blanco due up. 2-2 pitch. Runner was going, and a very good jump there by Shane Robinson. The 2-2. Good at bat here by Peter Borges. 3-2 the count. Let's see if they start the runner.
Start him. Make sure he goes home. Shane has not attempted a steal this year, but got a strikeout pitcher on the mound.
High chopper to short. They start the runner. And Borges is out. They may have a protest here.
They definitely will. They'll have to ask for it. And I think this one will be reversed. finding the runner, and a close play here. Ooh, it's out. The naked eye, and of course we're seeing it with red eyes. I thought that was going to be safe, but they said no. Good call by our umpire. Well, now they're going to review it. Didn't you give them the down? Of course, you know, right beyond the 7th inning, you're just asking the umpires to do it, right?
Request you can, and again, it becomes one of those questions as to whether or not, and that's Utley with the stretch, as to whether or not the ball is at the back of the glove. That is the rule. Technically, he's not out until it hits the back of the glove and the leather. I'm not sure this is a play that the umpires would overturn because it's almost too close to tell. Now there's another replay in which Utley has his back to the camera reaching out for it. It looks like he's out. The other one, which you see the ball in the glove, it looks like you have an argument, and in that case he is out.
I don't think there was enough to overturn it, but it looked like he was out with the replay.
Much to the chagrin of big Cardinal fan watching tonight, Mike Shanahan and his lovely wife Marianne. They're celebrating their 51st wedding anniversary tonight. Happy anniversary to my good friend Mike. Wife Marianne Shanahan watching on Fox Sports Midwest.
Can you throw me in there too?
You got it. So now it's Carpenter with a runner in scoring position. That's Shane Robinson. Carpenter struck out last time up. That was back in the 8th. One ball and one strike.
Harp's already got a multi-hit game, but I'm looking for his 3rd hit of the game.
What's frustrating is that the Cardinals got their leadoff man on, and Robinson with the walk. Jay tried to bunt, move him up to second, struck out. Strike 2 on Carpenter.
You see where Diekman would be tough to bunt against, but you got to get it down, and looking for Carpenter to take one of those outside pitches to left field. Grady Sizemore, the left fielder, is playing more shallow than center and right.
Did not go.
It's a big game for the Cardinals. If Milwaukee's lost tonight, they can move a half game back, and close there, but doesn't come through.
Three and 2. And one of the best eyes in Major League Baseball at the plate. Colton Wong is on deck. Got him. In to pitch for St. Louis, it'll be Seth Maness, and a look at the playoff picture. The importance of this game as we speak. The Cardinals are 1 game back. St. Louis trailing Milwaukee. And it could be a half game if St. Louis can win tonight.
Called Seth Maness the Vulture before. He's 4-2 on the year. Wouldn't be swooping in and picking up a victory, but he'd have to earn it. First batter to face Freddie Galvis. He's a switch hitter and really has been struggling this year. 0.48 average. Just recalled today.
And the first pitch is strike from Maness, and we're underway in the bottom of the 10th. That's tapped foul. One more thought on the Wong play. There are some believe, and these rules are very ambiguous in the Major League Rule book. I think you would agree.
Oh, definitely.
It's open for interpretation. But there's some believe that on that play that he would be awarded just a double. So you wouldn't get the 2 bases from where the runner is at. In this case, Colton Wong. I've heard 3 different things. So you could say that, all right, he's rounding first. He only gets 2 bases at that point, not awarded second, but would be awarded second and third. There are some that believe from the onset it's just a double. That pitch taken high on a check swing. It's very, very ambiguous.
Guess we leave it at that, right? More important thing is to retire the Phillies, then get back on offense, get a runner more, and close this one out.
The game of baseball is one that's, you're always questioning what a manager is doing, and you could look at that last inning with Robinson reaching first base and bunting John Jay with Borges on deck. Slipping Adams, Maness to the bag. Now you're talking about one of the hottest hitters in the game, and John Jay basically taking him out with a bunt, and in that case he didn't get it down anyway, and saying, well, Peter Borges tried to win it for us.
You got a guy that is also leading the National League relievers in strikeouts on the mound, so it makes it all the more tougher for John. John had a 12-game hitting streak stop last night, but he started a new one tonight, so it's easy to second guess. If you get that bunt down and put a man in scoring position, but I think my preference would have been to let him swing away.
Here's Marlon Byrd, 2 hits tonight, and he skies one into shallow right field. John Jay, 2 down. Big out. Since 2007, what the Phillies have done offensively, it's gone down as the years have gone on with an aging team. Currently 11th in the National League with some of the biggest names in the sport. Rollins, Utley, Howard, Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown last year an All-Star. Andres Blanco, and he looks at strike 1. Cardinals left in their pen. They've got Nick Greenwood, who give you multiple innings, Carlos Martinez and Trevor Rosenthal.
Blanco's another switch hitter. Right side, just 7 for 21, 333, 4 for 14 from the left side, 286.
A little bit low.
Just have
2 and 1.
1 home run and 3 RBIs, all coming as a left-handed hitter.
Tails back in for a strike. 3-2. The Cardinals will have Wong, Holiday, Adams due up in the 11th if we get there. Hit sharply from his backside. He makes the play. Knocked him over. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Jim Hayes is here. Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin, in what has been a game of oddities. A couple of errors by the Phillies led to runs for St. Louis. Misplay there. The bunt by Shelby Miller. Cardinals, that point, led by 3 runs. Couldn't hold it. Howard, this home run. And then 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th off of Randy Choate. Charge to him. This bloop hit into right by Marlon Byrd that scored 2. Here's Colton Wong. And he looks at strike 1. Here we go. Top of the 11th, 5-5 game.
Jimenez appearing just for his 9th game at the big league level.
Jimenez getting loose in the pen. He was. And
Diekman's still out there. It's like Giles is warming up now.
And Wong is swing and a miss.
His 3rd strikeout.
Here is Holiday. Matt is 1 for 4 on the night. 98 from the lefty. Diekman, he pitched the 10th. Leadoff walk, then a strikeout, ground out, and a strikeout. Strike 2.
Somebody's hitting Diekman, aren't they? Gonna have 53 hits coming in here. 4 home runs allowed.
The slider misses low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt has been on base twice, hit by a pitch and a single all the way back in the first. Picked up an RBI in the 5th. Number 65 this year. Outfield very, very deep. Outside. Center fielder Revere cannot play any deeper than he is at this ballpark. Bird is deep in right. Sizemore deep in left. A win tonight. The Cardinals begin play tomorrow. Half game out. And he walked him. Second walk issued by Diekman.
This ball game has a lot more importance for the Cardinals than the Phillies. And that's what happens when you play these teams that are playing out the schedule. You know, they're gunning for you. You put more pressure on yourself. They're kind of relaxed.
Adams came up with 2 on against Papelbon and struck out in the 9th.
And Bob McClure another time hustling out to the mound.
Adams breaks his bat. Shallow right, and this ball drops. As deep as they were playing, that ball drops in for a base hit. Holiday was caught in no man's land. He winds up at second. And the go-ahead potential winning run in scoring position again.
Ball was hung up there a long time, but you could just see, and you nailed it because they're playing so deep. Galvis hustling after it. He's closest one to the second baseman. The outfielder's really nowhere close to it and bounces in there. Got away from him. That allowed Holiday to get in there. Double switch now. They're bringing Giles.
With Howard out of the game, they moved Utley, their normal second baseman, to first. And that's a factor in this play as well, that blue pit. So Giles will come in, the hard-throwing right-hander that can hit triple digits. They believe he's the closer of the future to face Johnny Peralta when we come back. Darren Ruff has come into the ballgame. He'll take over at first base. And Giles is the new pitcher. Maybe we need a rally squirrel. Why not? Skip Schumacher and the rally squirrel. Remember, Charlie Manuel argued that the pitch shouldn't have been ruled a ball by Angel Hernandez. And the rally squirrel became the rallying cry for St. Louis. That great run of 2011. That's what you need, is a rally squirrel. We've seen everything else. Why not?
And we hate to say how many squirrels were caught by the Cardinals with exterminators and relocated after that.
Octavio Dotel, you may recall, had a stuffed squirrel after that. And I'll never forget the shot of seeing him dumping champagne on the stuffed squirrel.
Well, let's dump a little champagne tonight with a victory.
Runners at first and second. And it gets away. Runners advance to second and third.
How big is that? A wild pitch. Giles is another guy that can go up there and heat it up. His last 9 appearances have all been scoreless, but here he just overthrows the ball and gets by his catcher, Ruiz. Last 9 appearances have been scoreless, and he struck out 13 and walked none in that span. So made it easier, but it's not done yet.
Infield is drawn in. Peralta is homered here tonight. He just needs a fly ball. Good cut, fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Peralta, the solo home run in the second inning, his 18th. He's popped out to first, lined out to center, and popped out to first again.
Opponents are batting, just have 19 hits and 104 bats, 183 average, since Giles gave up a home run in his major league debut.
Check swing, strike 2. We talked about it last night. He's in the top 5 in terms of strikeouts, the percentage of strikeouts that he gets among all relievers.
Set a Phillies record for the most strikeouts, 37 through his first 25 innings with the club.
It's not just the fastball, but a good tight slider as well. Holiday, the runner at third. There's 1 out here in the top of the 11th.
See how I mean, Dan, all these clubs now have 2, 3, 4 guys coming out of that bullpen and just explosive fastballs. So these hitters become more accustomed to guys coming out there and their flamethrowers.
It's another 1-2. Stayed away. That time the slider.
Yep. Got to make sure you don't hang one. And he didn't on that one, but
Rosenthal has been throwing in the Cardinals' pen. Lefty getting loose for the Phillies. Here's a 2-2. And it gets away again, but Holiday stops, doesn't come home.
You know, it's easy from here to see how far that got away, but Holiday lost sight of it, and you don't want him to run into an out. So better to, if you're not going to be able to almost walk home, and you see he never saw how far it was. Okendo can yell something, but he can't really help him.
Yeah, but that ball's in the air. How does he not see it?
That's true.
Can this game get any crazier? 3-2 the count on Peralta.
Kind of what you expect to happen doesn't. The unexpected has been the norm.
Well, you have first base open. Przynski on deck. I'm sure they're talking about pitch selection. Does he come with a fastball? He does, and he walked him. Bases are loaded.
Up and in, and he walks him. They might have that left-hander warming up, but I doubt he's coming in with the way this kid throws.
They are left to Jimenez in their pen. That's it.
Yeah. And like I said, he only has 8 major league appearances. If this is one of your closers of the future, this is a pretty good test for him here.
The owner of 8 grand slams, A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski has grounded into 1 double play wearing the Cardinal uniform. He grounded into 11 in Boston in 72 games. Oh, 1. Broke his bat, now 0-2.
Giles' demeanor on the mound. How he's got that stern face, not afraid. Cardinals have won 2 games this year at home on walk-off being hit by pitch. Any way to score.
0-2 pitch, line foul. Defensively, the way that the Phillies are playing this, Ruff, the first baseman, is even with the bag and then moving in on the pitch. Third baseman playing in as well. Middle infield about halfway. Potential double play and a big gap in right center field. They don't think that AJ can get around on this fastball.
Exactly.
Ground ball. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Cardinals some missed opportunities, to say the least. And one of the golden opportunities late moments ago. They are 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position tonight. And yet the pitch that got away with Holiday at third, he doesn't score. You had the crazy play in center. So many plays to talk about in this game. It adds up to a 5-5 score. The Cardinals are in better shape, though, when you look at what they have available in their pen. They are protected. Right now, the Phillies down to 1 pitcher, Jimenez, and you wouldn't think Giles is going to be extended, the hard thrower who threw yesterday. And here is Carlos Ruiz. This is interesting. From 1960, a game between the Red Sox and Indians, similar play to what we saw in center field, ruled a home run.
Thanks.
Just figured I'd mix that one in there. Vic Power launched a line drive over the head of outfielder Lou Clinton. Struck the wire fencing at the top of the wall and right. Rebounded towards Clinton. The ball struck his foot and kicked it over the outfield wall. Outfield wall, though, once it hits that, all bets are off. Winning run is on. On the bench for the Phillies, their backup catcher, Will Nieves. That's what they're left to.
They've got one reliever in the bullpen and their backup catcher. Now, it is a leadoff single. Ruff will get his first plate appearance. But when you got Seth Maness on the mound, it's not a big deal giving up a leadoff single. So good at getting double play balls.
Darren Ruff has had a couple of stints with the club. Of concern, of his 83 major league hits, 36 have gone for extra bases, 19 home runs. He does have power, big guy at the plate.
It was in the game, so it's not a pinch hitting appearance for him. But as a pinch hitter, he's 0 for 12 in his career.
Grady Sizemore is on deck. We're in the bottom of the 11th. 5-5.
Greenwood is thrown in the Cardinal bullpen. Sapp is second in the National League with 11 relief double plays.
Hit out of play. One ball and two strikes. Ooh, he got away with a pitch that was up.
Ruff is 6'3", 240, 27 years of age, from Omaha.
Two and two the count.
Been up and down the last 3 years with the Phillies. Graduate of Creighton University.
The 2-2. And he got him a strikeout from Maness. Caught him looking.
Couldn't pull the trigger on it. Gets called out. Couldn't believe it, but a good strike. Now you got your double play. Get out of this inning, get back on offense. Sizemore 0 for 2 that's coming into this game. Hit the ball hard last time, lining out to left field.
Grady Sizemore. First pitch taken for a ball.
"32 years of age now for Sizemore."
Ground ball. There it is. How about two? Out at second. Out at first. It's a double play. Let's head to the 12th. 5-5. A look at Love Park. Wonder how I got that right. Descalso will be the pinch hitter.
Descalso really has done a nice job. Late pinch hitting, but tough assignment against Giles. Nice road trip. Scalzo with the DH in Baltimore. He got a chance to play a couple games. Had a 3-hit game, a 2-hit game, and then that set him up for the homestand where he got quite a few pinch hitting appearances and has been the Cardinals' best pinch hitter. Team high 8 pinch hits with 5 doubles in those 8. Hit .313 average with close and late. Nice. Last 13 games, he's 8 for 17, .471 average with 2 pinch hit doubles and 2 pinch hit base on balls. Come on, Daniel.
Nothing says AC/DC, Al, like a couple of kids on a Saturday night. 12th inning, dancing in the aisles of Citizens Bank Park.
Just can't wait to. Hopefully this game will go long enough. We can talk about it Sunday morning.
Thought I saw Ned Coletti in one of those shots too. First pitch taken for a ball. And we're underway here in the top of the 12th. 5-5 game. Cardinals are down to Greg Garcia and Tony Cruz on the bench. 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think the Cardinals have 12 hits in this game, 6 walks, and a hit batter. They've stranded 13 to this point.
The story of this game, 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Holiday not scoring on a potential wild pitch. Could have been a very close play. Who knows? Crazy play with Revere. The ball hit by Wong in center field.
Phillies have made the only 2 errors of this game, and that helped the Cardinals score.
Big gap in right center for Descalso. Leadoff walk, and here we go again. The Phillies are saying take it. It's yours.
Second walk for Giles.
This spot, last time up against a lefty, Jay was bunting. Will they do that again? Very short lead by Daniel over at first base. And the bunt this time is a good one. Giles underhands. Descalso in scoring position. So John Jay gets the bunt down. Descalso represents the go-ahead run. What could make a very frustrating season for Peter Borges a little better would be a base hit right here.
Peter's got 4 home runs. He gets 1 a month.
Descalso, the runner at second. Strike 1 on Borges.
His 4 home runs are the most since 2011 when he had 12. He broke his wrist and had a hamstring injury last year.
And the 0-1 pitch. Nothing into the count. Carpenter waits on deck. Borges has grounded out and struck out. 0 for 2 tonight.
16 of his 48 hits have been extra base hits. This would be a perfect time to plug the gap out in left center.
Chops it towards short. Base hit for Peter Borges. This time they won't get him. Very similar play to what we saw back in the 10th inning. Now another chance for St. Louis with a runner at third and only 1 out. And one of the guys that you do want at the plate.
Absolutely. Matt Carpenter struck out twice tonight, but you always think of him putting the ball in play. Should I say he's hit into 3 double plays? That would be par for this game, but I think Carpenter's going to get the go-ahead run in.
Runners at the corners. Infield is drawn in. Carpenter struck out with a man at second base back in the 10th, and he struck out in the 8th. Also had 2 hits in the 3rd and the 5th. Good cut.
Yes, sir. Giles, I'm sure, is saying I got ahead of him in the count. Best pitch is first pitch strike, but that really doesn't matter with Carpenter up there. He works the count so well, and he's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes.
Very, very short lead by Borges. He's the runner at first. Inning started with a walk by Descalso. Cardinals have had Rosenthal up a couple of times tonight.
And he's up now along with Greenwood. The Cardinals go ahead. Obviously, it'd be Rosenthal. If they stay tied, probably Greenwood.
There's your fly ball out to deep left. Plenty deep. Cardinals take the lead thanks to Carpenter. Borges tagging up from first to second. St. Louis leads it 6-5 here in the 12th.
That might be a big play, too, with Borges going 90 feet and get into scoring position. But Matt Carpenter drives in his 50th run and makes that bench pretty happy. But still, want to pile on. Take all the runs we can get right now. Long's 2 for 6 in this game.
Two outs. 1 ball and no strikes on Colton Wong. Still a ways to go in this game, but you think about tomorrow. Papelbon, you would think, would be unavailable. Giles unavailable. You know, Papelbon has been used in back-to-back games. Many managers do not want to use a closer 3 days in a row.
Sometimes circumstance dictates, and this is where things have changed, Dan. You know, I mean, before you never worried about a pitch count, you never worried about appearances. You know, relievers would know they have a responsibility. You have to be ready. Nobody wants to hear that, you know, they've thrown 3 or 4 days in a row. They're a little sore. You go out there for the team.
Inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think that's why in decades past, your relief pitchers really had a much shorter career. And you think about it too, you go back in the days when you would have 10 or 11 pitchers on a pitching staff. You know, there were times in the American League that you'd have 9 pitchers with a DH.
3-2 pitch to Wong. Walked him. Brings in Matt Holliday with runners at first and second as we approach midnight here in Philly.
That's 8 walks and a hit batter. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change as 28 pitches thrown from Giles.
This will be their final reliever that they can use. Jimenez. 6-5 St. Louis. Holliday looks to add on when we come back. Chevy called to the pen, along with Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin. Well, we think Jim Hayes is still here. He better be. He's got the post game.
Wonder how many Philly cheesesteaks he's had up to this point now.
I wouldn't blame him. It's getting late. He's probably getting hungry. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. The lefty coming in to face Holiday. Jim, where do we find you?
I'm in the camera well by the dugout trying to make sense of my scorecard. This thing's a mess, Dan.
Join the crowd.
The Cardinals have received 9 walks tonight. The Phillies have hit a man. So in many ways, they have given the Cardinals opportunity after opportunity in this game tonight. Question becomes, can the Cardinals finish it off? Holiday trying to add some insurance. The Phillies will have Revere, Rollins, and Utley coming up. Rosenthal is getting loose. A little late with that swing. Right field, and a sliding catch made by Marlon Byrd. That saves a run. If it gets by him, it saves 2, maybe 3. The difference, Matt Carpenter sac fly. RBI number 50. Will it hold? And Utley. Cardinals closer Trevor Rosenthal into the ballgame. And Rosenthal is 37 of 42. What's been interesting about his year, you start breaking it up and looking at the splits. Very good numbers on the road for the most part. At home, he's had his issues, well documented. And Trevor Rosenthal will try to pick up a big save for the St. Louis Cardinals here tonight. At home, opponents hitting .257 against him. On the road, .181. The ERA on the road is 1.31. It's close to 5 at home.
One of the things he's gotten himself in trouble not retiring the first batter.
And the walks have been an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's plain and simple. We've seen him walk more this year than at any time last year. First pitch to Revere was a ball. Second pitch Hit down the left field line. Holiday is over, reaches up and out of room.
Revere is 0 for 1 off of Trevor.
I would think, and I know the mindset of many hitters now is that these closers are so good, you may get that one pitch to hit. I would think, though, there are instances where you want to take a pitch. It might be with Trevor Rosenthal, who's had his issues with control.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Years ago, you always took a pitch until you got a strike, when you're down, and work that pitcher a little bit.
Borderline, and it goes his way.
Yeah, then you saw a lot of, seemed like Tony La Russa always said, hey, that first pitch, they want to get ahead of you, so it may be the best pitch to hit. So we started, not criticizing someone for swinging at the first pitch. Rosie in 58 innings, 49 hits allowed. He's walked 35 and struck out 74. Moser just batting .231 against him. He's trying to pick up his 38th save.
Two balls and 2 strikes. The Cardinals in their pen of Carlos Martinez and Nick Greenwood. This would be a total team victory if they can pull it out. 3-2.
Greg Garcia and Tony Cruz are the only 2 guys on the bench that haven't played.
3-2 pitch. Revere, fly ball. Left field, Holiday back, makes the catch on the run. Revere, if that ball gets down, might be at third.
Does that make up for not scoring on the wild pitch? Holiday got a good read on it. Just went to the ball, reaches up and hauls it in, and uses 2 hands to make sure. Trevor appreciates that. After the first batter, Trevor usually kind of settles in and gets the job done.
K-Rod has 38 saves. Kimbrel has 38. Rosenthal trying to tie them.
Utley.
And a pitch. It's a changeup taken for a strike.
Utley is 1 for 4. Excuse me, Rollins is 1 for 4. Utley is 0 for 3. He's on deck. Back-to-back changeups right there.
Greg Holland leads the major leagues with 40 saves. The closer of Kansas City. Went with 3 changeups in a row.
And see, won again today, 6-3 over Texas.
Another changeup, 4 in a row. 2-2 the count.
Four straight changeups, might as well make it 5.
The 2-2.
You're either going to go with a 6th one or you're going to get a fastball here. What do you think? 6th one.
Changeups the entire at bat. Barehanded by Rosenthal. He throws wide and he's off the bag.
One, why do you barehand it? And then I know Rollins is fast, but Rosie just is. Adams hurt. When you try to go out there, threw a seed at him and off the mark and pulled him off the bag.
Brzezinski is out on the mound to give Adams some time to catch his breath and make sure he's all right. Watch him stretch for this play. Boy, what a great play that is by Matt Adams. Wow, what a play.
That really is, Dan. You can't really appreciate that. And now Chris Conroy, the assistant trainer, and Mike Atheny are out to talk to Matt. I think first base umpire is asking Matheny if he wants him or is he checking on his player. I guess see they're looking to make sure and see if he didn't get on the bag, his toe on the bag. But great effort to get to that ball for Adams.
That's the kind of play that saves the game. Rollins would wind up in third.
But here, look at how he throws that ball. Just cut it off, and the ball's weight sails on him. And there's the great play by Adams. Try and get back to the bag. He doesn't do it, but Trevor could have made that a lot easier on himself.
Instead of 2 outs and nobody on, now it's Utley with a runner at first and 1 out.
First error by the Cardinals in this game.
Outfield is deep. Fastball taken high at 94. I think a great concern right now is Matt Adams, making sure he's all right. Stretching for that ball, and he keeps stretching on his side.
Oblique. Remember, he did pulled an oblique last year.
Just to make sure he's all right. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on Utley. Three minutes until midnight here in Philadelphia.
Actually, not quite the play he was at one point, and over a 6-year span, 2005 to 10, led all major league second basemen and home runs, RBIs, walks, runs, extra base hits, total bases.
And he chased a pitch up. Won't catch up with that pitch at 96, and it's 2-2. Can the Cardinals get a double play and end this game?
It was all change-ups to Rollins and all fastballs to Utley. And another fastball.
Be careful. Got him on the outside corner. A strikeout of Utley. Utley obviously not happy with this call, but probably realizing the situation too. They are down to their backup catcher available, and rather he's in the game, so they're down. They're done with their position players.
They have no position players and no bullpen. They'd be down to starting pitchers.
So now it's Freddie Galvis. Strike 1, 2 strikes away. Can Rosenthal end it right here? 1 strike away.
Oh, and 2. Fastball.
The 0-2.
Elevated a little bit.
Popped up left side. This could do it. Carpenter is there as the clock strikes midnight. The Cardinals win it. A final in 12, 6-5. The Budweiser player of the game is Matt Carpenter. Carpenter, the sac fly, the RBI, and the marathon is over.
And the Cardinals, with this victory and Milwaukee's loss, they find themselves a half game trailing Milwaukee and got a chance to come out here and win the series tomorrow. They haven't won a series here in Philadelphia since 2006.
Through all of it, they'll wake up tomorrow. They'll wake up today. Half game back of Milwaukee.